Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody from all around the world, hello and welcome to another episode of The Watchable with me, your host, Jean-Luc Watch, and a live stream commentary on Errol Spence versus Tim Tszyu. The comeback of the big fish is officially here, and it's time to get excited and to watch the unfolding of what will potentially be the second half or the final chapter of one of the most polarizing figures and one of the most beloved figures in all of boxing. Once again, excuse me, let me, oh gosh, let me get something to drink real quick as we have our tea all set and ready. We're excited off the backs of Anthony Joshua fighting, nearly losing, and inevitably knocking out the likes of Paringa in 2 rounds in a scare in his own comeback trail. This is a night of Phoenix rising in the world of boxing. Will we see Errol Spence succumb to the potential same fate of falling into the trap of almost getting knocked out and actually getting beaten by Tim Tszyu? Or will we see Errol Spence Jr. look better than we've ever seen him at 160? Yes, you heard that right. This is not at 154. This fight is going to be at 160 pounds. Outright for not a championship, not a title, but a rejuvenation to relevancy in the boxing landscape. There's a lot on the line, a lot on the table, and a whole lot of need to win on both accounts between Tim Tszyu and Errol Spence Jr. Tim Tszyu's had a slew of losses, losing to Fundora in a very hotly contested, literal bloody war, getting cut on top of the head, then getting beat by Bakram, knocked out the King to come, and absolutely shellacked on the canvas multiple times, and then facing off against Tim Tszyu, or then Tim Tszyu faced off against Fundora once again, the towering Inferno, in a rematch of their bloody war, and he quit on his stool because of the amount of bludgeoning punishment he was getting dealt out with by the likes of Fundora, and now he's working his way back after a very needed win, but a very kind of okay, cool type of win that he had in the fight before this fight with Errol Spence. Now this is the big kahuna for Tim Tszyu's last hurrah. If he loses to Errol Spence Jr., we can almost assuredly kiss the championship aspirations of Tim Tszyu goodbye. It's done. It's out of here. Pack it up and send it home. In fact, people might be calling for this man to retire outright if he goes through and loses to Errol Spence Jr. And at that point in time, the best options would be Charlo, Keith Thurman, or anybody of that ilk of competition. Yes, he can still fight, but his likelihood of winning with his degrading ability seems to be very much leaving his need to be here for longer. But now, if we're dealing with the likes of Errol Spence, if Errol Spence loses this fight, there is a high probability we're going to be saying, okay, yeah, you don't need to come back anymore, and it's time for you to go on and let yourself rest. Yeah, clap, great career, phenomenal time. We appreciate what you provided, but it's time for you to go home and be with your family because you don't belong in the boxing ring anymore. If you lose, especially if you lose in dominating fashion, there is a lot at stake. If Tim Tszyu does win, well, he keeps hope alive. He still is around that Charlo, Keith Thurman level, but at least there's an opportunity. You can still get some pretty decent fights up, and if you can rejuvenate your career, it would start with the opponents after this. With Errol Spence, if he wins, well, Charlo and others, yes, fights that will be huge opportunities because of just the name that Spence brings. But on top of the fact, he will be elevated into the reality of people's minds that we can believe in Errol Spence once again. The big fish is back. The shark is ready to eat and feast after a 3-year hiatus away from the pond of boxing to go through. And if he looks better than ever, everybody's going to be calling for everything under the sun at 154 and even at 160. We're talking about, yes, Boots Ennis. That will be brought up. That will be a fight that people will be calling for. Whether you want it or not, that's going to be something people are going to be saying. Match him off and notice in the midst of that top 10. Yes, he ain't nowhere close to that championship level. Absolutely with Spence, with Boots, Fundora, Ortiz, Kelly, that ilk of competition, even though we saw Kelly fight in a very scary, close performance that he had pulling it out. In defending his belt. We're going to talk about that fight, absolutely. But in all manner of speaking, this can give him more than just life, unlike with Tim Tszyu. This can give him doors that, because of his name, will be open for even if it's undeserved opportunities, because he's Spence, he can get them. And it can push immensely. It can push incredibly. It can push dangerously into the throes of the deep end of the sport. Specifically, looks like to Ortiz, Virgil Ortiz, who had said publicly, I would love to fight Errol Spence in a dream match. Not to mention Arizona Lara at 160, because he's fighting at 160. He could go potentially get a shot with him or any of the other bigger competitors, or even just saying we can move you over into 160 because you're already here, especially if you look good doing it. Not to mention where people going to still be clamoring, Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, if you look good against Tim Tszyu, oh, this is the Errol Spence we thought we would see. This is the Errol Spence that you needed to go and get up in weight. And what you had in the first fight was a fluke, a sham, a ruse, an absolute debacle of conversation that we no longer need to hold, because that wasn't the real Errol Spence. I can guarantee you that type of noise will come up on the night if he goes and wins in dominant fashion against Tim Tszyu, and saying, let's run that back and get it back going. Sure, we saw Terrence Crawford earlier today on an interview shut that down, saying, I'm just here to support, but I promise you the noise will get loud, and it will get reckless, and it will feel like unfinished business for a whole host of people in the populace of boxing around the globe. So be prepared. It's a whole lot of can of worms to open up in this fight, and we got a whole bunch of time to talk about it as we're waiting on this card to go underway. But again, enough of the intros about what this fight means. Let's introduce you all, the viewing and listening public. We welcome you to the World Report. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for listening and being a part of our humble abode of a community, the hottest show in all the globe, right here on YouTube and on every podcasting platform imaginable. Yes, indeed. If you would be so kind, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Come on and join the empire. Be a part of the hottest show. Let me speak that into the mic. Be a part of the hottest show in all the globe, and come join our community. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell if you would, so you never miss a second of what we do on this show and on this channel. We're here 3 days out the week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, all at the afternoon, to give you a chance to talk about the world of boxing and beyond. Yeah, we're a sports show, not just a boxing show, but predominantly we cover boxing. So hey, if you want to be a part of our show and be a part of our community, go ahead and subscribe, hit the notification bell, leave a like on the video. One like makes a world of difference to have us be able to go through and reach the masses all across the nation and the globe, whether it's in Japan, Russia, Australia, New Zealand, wherever you may be. We want to be with you to be able to go and have you a part of our show. And one like makes a world of difference to help us reach the masses all across the globe. And if you want to support the channel monetarily, hey, we got gifts, super chats, super stickers, all that stuff, super thanks and the like down in the chat section, and Cash App, PayPal, links down below in the description. Super, and like I said before, the other means to give. If you would like to support the channel, it would mean the world to me, and we would appreciate it oh so much. Helps me to pay the bills and helps us to go through and make this show better for you to witness and enjoy. We are funded like PBS by viewers like you, and thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of our humble abode of a show. And we're gonna get it off strong, talking about the world of boxing as we got some time, because if you didn't know, it went from a big 4-fight card into a 2-fight card, because Charlo ain't fighting, couldn't get into the country. He's out of this card. Yeah, if you were wanting to see him, he's gone. He ain't fighting. Stephen Fulton weighed 6.5 pounds over the 133-pound requested limit, and so he is also gone on this card, missing weight for the second time in his career, and this time it was worse than the first. Everybody's hot. Everybody's upset. Everybody wanted to see the return of what we could see from Stephen Fulton, but now that's up in smoke because ain't nothing happening no more, because he is out the pasture and out of this card. So it's only a 2-fight card, and the biggest thing is Errol Spence Jr. So since we got some time while we're getting the ring walks together, we can talk about the world of boxing with you all and what happened earlier, a couple hours ago, like with Anthony Joshua knocking out Paringa, but Lord knows it was not easy. Oh no. No, it wasn't easy in the slightest. I'm telling you, we want to talk about fear mongering. This was one of the biggest reasons as to why we always say we need to make the fight as soon as possible, because we almost lost out yet again on one of the three former faces of the heavyweight division getting a chance to fight the other one of the former faces of the heavyweight division. First, it was Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. It didn't happen. Then it looked like it was going to be Tyson Fury and AJ. That didn't happen. Then it was going to be the likes of Wilder versus Fury. Thankfully, that did happen. And then Usyk versus Fury. That almost didn't happen. And now AJ versus Fury, which I said earlier, was once again on the cusp of taking place, and we just needed both of them to win. Tyson Fury had a very lackluster TKO performance over in Thailand, and Anthony Joshua against Paringa nearly sold the bag, going and fighting and getting knocked down twice in the first round against Paringa, and thankfully going through and winning by KO in the second. And I'm telling you, my heart was dropped to my stomach when I was watching that fight. Yes, I wasn't able to stream here live. I wish I was able to. I wish I could have. And I probably should have rearranged my schedule and aimed to do it for that card, because of the fact that, brother, there was so many news and it's just so much stuff that happened on that card with Khamzat Shiraz, Raito Sutsumi. Shiraz had a very average performance in his first title defense from what we were expected. Somebody that was going to be leading the super middleweight division as the potential opportune fighter to go and take the undisputed crown from the revamped super middleweight division, including with Canelo, who's still the old guard, but still is in the forerun of a threat to take the gold all for his own once again. We had Sutsumi knocked out in another 5-0, easiest in his career, 4 by KO, and completely devastating Herrera in his performance in one round. One or two rounds, excuse me. And then Anthony Joshua just about got knocked out by Paringa. But it was 20-0, or 20-1, excuse me, and won 20 knockouts. And I see why. But this cat, we may not know him. He ain't great, but that brother got bricks for hands. I tell you what, even by the standards of Anthony Joshua level chin, he still was dog walking Anthony Joshua for the first round. It looked like what we had saw with Anthony Joshua versus Daniel Dubois. If you remember that fight, it was almost the exact same thing. It got to a point where Anthony Joshua got caught with a straight right by Paringa in the exact same sequence of trying to get away from Daniel Dubois, and he got caught with a straight right on the ropes and fell in and about fell over because he still got caught, rocked, and damaged. And it was the same in Love King. Yet the AJ fight was wild. You better believe it was wild. It was insane how wild it was. And I'm telling you right now, this fight has given me so much less level of confidence in Anthony Joshua, because the same stuff that was struggling with AJ before is the same stuff that's struggling with AJ right now. Even with the training of Usyk, it did not change for the better. It didn't. I'm sorry. I hate to say it. I wish I was the bearer of better news, but I'm not. He did not look better than the likes of what we thought he would be going up against. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I looked at my screen. I thought Errol Spence was walking out right now. Tejada is getting ready to fight right now. I forget who his opponent is, but I believe this is going to be one of 2 fights on the card. I digress. Anthony Joshua, this did not give me confidence to say that this brother was going to go and beat Tyson Fury, even with the bad performance that we saw with Tyson Fury. This is as clear a sign as we've ever seen. This fight is not what we thought it would be. This fight is not what we were expecting it to be. We saw Anthony Joshua try to use some of the stuff that we had seen with Usyk, using some better feints, using some better ability to go and push the envelope while still being better technically. High guard up, ducking and moving, trying to give some feints with his hands and body, but it didn't work out. And he got caught with his own best weapon, the uppercut. It started the biggest damage and the biggest potential beginning of the end in the fight when he got caught with an uppercut inside the clinch. And again, that straight right that knocked him down, or nearly knocked him down, that led to ultimately a knockdown with another shot inside the clinch, had him in a dazed and confused state. It was very bad. Yes, he was smiling. Yes, he was sticking his tongue out and talking to the crowd. It was the same stuff that we had seen from the likes of Daniel Dubois. That had not changed. And that is bad. More importantly, you know what made this worse? It's the fact that we saw Anthony Joshua when he came out in that second round, specifically later in the first round. All that hands up, high guard, as you're walking forward, all that defense that we said he needed went completely out the window. Completely. And he started walking down with his hands down to try to get into danger against Pereira in the same way, mirror to mirror, the same stance that he had when he got knocked out against Daniel Dubois, trying to press the issue and get back from getting hurt in the round previously. I'm telling you, it's the wrong decision, but he keeps making it. He keeps making it even though it's not what needs to happen. Every single time we see Anthony Joshua going through, I'm scared and concerned because he is reverting whenever the damage gets done and when the going gets tough. He went back on the stuff he shouldn't have had. And now, all of that, yeah, he got the KO. He's willing to let his hands go. He started out actually in that second round. He hurt Pereira with a jab. That's what backed him up and led to the hook combination that got Pereira out of there and got him KO'd and put to sleep. Great, phenomenal, stupendous. We were the wrong button, excuse me. Stupendous, we love it. We appreciate it. He's still a scary puncher. Doesn't change the fact that Anthony Joshua still is, in some ways, the same fighter that he was before this fight. This is why I said Jake Paul didn't show us really what Anthony Joshua was. A competent fighter is going to show you exactly what AJ is. Right now, AJ is still struggling with the same stuff, even with what he had learned from Usyk. When he got hurt, when he got rocked, he went back to walking down with his hands down, trying just to go get him. The same unbalanced offense, defense, yin and yang that got him in trouble, got him losing a title, and got him to crash and burn in that initial comeback tour that he was trying to get for the heavyweight championship. And now against Tyson Fury, I don't know who's going to win, but I dare say I might lean towards Fury. I'm sorry. I might lean towards Fury on that fight as of right now. And again, we'll delve into it more because we got a fight coming up for the first of, I believe, 2 or 3 fights on the main card because of the whole stuff with Stephen Fulton and others having to drop out. And I see your chats. I'm about to read them. Just to end this off with the initial AJ sequence of conversation, Anthony Joshua against Tyson Fury. I am favoring Tyson Fury after what I saw on this night because the power's still there for AJ, but also the biggest thing that AJ got caught with, it started this whole dangerous round and almost ended this whole night, is the exact shot that Tyson Fury loves to throw if you get in the same close-up situation. The uppercut in the clinch. He's done it to Usyk. He did it to Otto Wallin. He did it to Usyk again. He did it in his most recent fight in Thailand. It's a staple of his game plan. And AJ does not have the chin, even with somebody like a Fury punching who isn't necessarily the biggest outright puncher. He's big enough. Better believe he's going to put you down. And if it comes to Anthony Joshua landing a shot, he's got the power to knock him out. But if it comes down to a war of, I can take your punishment, Tyson Fury all day. And I'm telling you, I'm concerned for AJ now. I really am. I really am concerned for Anthony Joshua in this fight. I cannot lie at all. I can't lie at all. But let me keep on reading your thoughts and chats in the chat section down below. We welcome everybody onto the show. Johnny Durag, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for showing up and showing out on our show. I'm beyond disappointed in Fulton. Hey, look, I told y'all you should be concerned. Did I not say last week we should be concerned that this is going down, or rather this week, that he's requested 133 again? A higher weight again? After he was fighting at a higher weight already? And he looked out of shape at when he fought against Oshaki Falter, If he looked out of shape there, and now he's asking for a weight again, It's going to be like, I'm concerned, 6 pounds over, 6.5 pounds over, excuse me. It's just frustrating. It really is. It really is. I get the anger. I do. American boxing really dropped the ball with Jamel and Fulton off the card. I think Fulton did it to himself in some degree. We had to talk about at that point in time, like you just need to, like you should have known and you should have been better. If it is a struggle, I get it. Weight cut is a monstrous task. I'm never or devaluing it. What I have to devalue though, this is egregious. That's just inexcusable. You didn't even come close. And you asked for this thing 3 weeks out and you still missed it by that much. That's a shame. Now Charlo, I think that was a passport issue, so that was a little bit different. But either way, before I even continue, we still got a fight going on right now, as we are in the first of, I forget how many fights are on the card at light heavyweight. For the first fight of the main card now going underway. Tszyu versus I think it's is it AO? How do I say that? AO Kuzo. AO Kuzo. I think I'm saying it correctly. AO Kuzo. If I'm saying it wrong, I do apologize. Pronounce it the best I can. Tszyu versus AO Kuzo is fighting right now. Tszyu they're both in the black gloves, both in the white trunks. Shoot, they both wearing about the same kit. Okay, Tszyu in the white, red, and blue trunks. Kuzo in the all-white trunks is what the current landscape of the ring looks like. Off balance there with a little bit of a shot, but I'm still reading your chats and responses. Hopefully Spence can save the day. Hopefully. The day wasn't necessarily, the day hasn't been bad. It's just been a very weird day in boxing. I can't lie. It has. Again, we're with a minute 44 in round 1 of this first fight between Tszyu and Kuzo. Right now, starting off this Tim Tszyu Spence main card. Big shot by Tszyu that misses. Good job by Kuzo. But it's been a weird day. It's been a very weird day. We couldn't watch Tyson Fury fight at all. Had to watch no highlights. He got caught with good stuff against the likes of his opponent, but then his opponent quit on his stool, and it didn't seem like he really needed to, but he looked out of shape, really overweight, and wasn't really prepared to again, he put on a good showing for what the time that he was, but it was a key busy fight that for some reason still had us asking questions that we shouldn't be asking for a fight that should have been easy going. Anthony Joshua, which should have been a fight that in his younger days, he would have blown through with the greatest of ease, is now getting questioned, but do we even have to, this is dire. It's put this whole fight of Fury versus AJ on a whole new playing field, whole new questionable ground that I didn't even think we'd have to witness with this level of competition. It shows us just exactly where AJ at this point in time is in his career, and it's a little bit concerning. And then when you take into account the likes of Shiraz not making the splash we thought as a reigning champion at 120, at 168, with him really looking, this again, I picked this fight to be a knockout. And it was just kind of, he won, he did. And he was pressing the issue. But at the same breath, I wasn't blown away in the way that I thought I would be. Off the backs of what we had seen from the powerful statement that he made against Edgar Berlanga. Now, this is not me trying to say that, every fight's got to end in a knockout outright. That's not me saying that, be clear. Others may feel that way. I do not. I don't. But I do also understand when it comes to this tight-knit of a division, we do want a level of separation from the people that should be seen as up here at the top of the caliber or top of the ladder when it comes to getting the brass ring. This didn't do all that. Now this leaves the door open for people to have, if Canelo fights in Billy and any of them look better, it shifts the narrative of what people may say about what Shiraz can do against them. And this fight with Adames coming up to 168 now also leaves the door open to people say, hey, you ain't look all that good against somebody that is not even as good as Adames. And if you fight against him, what happened the first time might not happen again when you eke out a victory. Because you showed up to not look the best that you needed to against a fighter that should have been, with all due respect, leagues better. Also, excuse me, round two, we got Tszyu going insane, almost looking to go for the KO on Kuzo, starting off the round strong, really throwing flurries, good hook downstairs to the body, angling in, slips a shot and tries to throw a hook, gets Akuzo on the ropes once again. Uppercut by Akuzo, uppercut to the body by Akuzo, swinging wildly. It's Tszyu. He needs to sharpen them shots up when he's got Akuzo on the ropes. That would help him out to land some stuff specifically downstairs to the body on that torso. But he's still pressing the issue, still moving forward. Both of them in the clinch right now. Round two, 2 minutes and 5 seconds into this round, with still 10 rounds to go. Akuzo now gets Tszyu on the ropes. 1-2 by Akuzo. Another shot by Akuzo. Good hook by Tszyu though off the ropes that lands flush on Akuzo's chin, but Akuzo takes it well. Another good 2-punch combination by Akuzo. Akuzo's picking his shots incredibly smartly. Tszyu, again, swarming and trying to fill space with volume. Absolutely. And he's really trying to go and get Akuzo out of here, but he's starting to lose some steam. That initial flurry might be tiring this brother out. I'm not going to lie, with 1:30 left in round two of this fight. And again, if I'm ahead on your screen, I do apologize. From behind on your screen, I do apologize. You know how streaming platforms go. Some people dig out their stream ahead of stuff. Others, others you 10 seconds to 30 seconds behind. I don't know why. I just know that's what's going on. And it can happen, so we apologize for wherever that may be, just so you know. But either way, let me keep on reading your chats. Charlo's disappointed. Charlo not fighting is very disappointing. It is, as we had a minute left in round two. You ask for Lima team. You asked 133 for Lima team. Say yes, only for you to come in at almost 140. Yeah, buddy, this man could have been fighting Shakur. At that point, this man could be fighting Shakur. It's ridiculous. Really, it really is. And Tszyu, brother, this brother is winded out of that initial slugfest that he tried to do. And now Akuzo is really starting to open up with better shots as he puts Tszyu on the ropes, working in very close-knit range, keeping him busy, jabbing to the head. Excuse me. Good jab by Akuzo. Another shot. Both of them are in close quarters yet again. Akuzo frames away. Good straight shot by Akuzo. Good hook by Akuzo. Another good hook by Akuzo. I'm telling you, yeah, Tszyu. Oh, good shot by Tszyu though. Oh, he landed a big punch though. He's still punching with desperation as the round is over. And what a round it was. Absolutely. Trying to make sure I keep it. Josh Kelly's food for boot. Look, Josh Kelly was also on that card, and he put out a very close, not even quite. I think it was majority. I think it was either majority or unanimous decision, but it was a very shocking type of fight that I thought would be a whole lot easier, and it was not. Not at all. Like I said, this is why I say 154 is one of the deepest divisions in boxing. There's many people that ain't heard of his opponent, yet he was still giving him real business. Now, granted, the nose injury, the cut and broken nose, that was from, I believe, a headbutt. Because he was headbutting a lot, I'm not going to lie. He had to really fight through some attrition there with some of the tactics we were seeing Kelly's opponent use. But on everything else, like we got people saying this brother, yeah, he is food. For many people, he's food. This did not give, as we're starting the next round, and we're in round 3 of the first fight between Akuzo and Tszyu. Good straight left by the likes of Akuzo. Another straight left by Akuzo. We're witnessing Josh Kelly really be stapled in as, okay, he is just going to be the third belt for Boots Ennis. Outright. He is. He's going to be the third belt. He's going to be the third belt that he gets. And everybody's going to be saying, up, yeah, hunky-dory. Because he looked incredibly in danger for the style that Boots would fight. I told you. He has a dog in him. Sure, He's willing to go bite down, and he can go and work. But it's not where he wants to be, and it's not where he needs to be. He even said himself he had to go and make sure he sealed those last couple rounds to make sure he was going to win. And he did it. But at the same breath, it's not something that should happen. It's not something that he wants to do. And if this fight didn't make you believe that Josh Kelly would get knocked out by Boots, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't. At least to me, because I'm thinking it's going to be. I'm not saying it's easy work, but it is incredibly manageable work for the likes of who Boots is and how he fights. With what we saw Josh Kelly put in a situation where he needed to, okay, you got to kind of, it's kind of tentative. How do you go and pull away? He did it. But to me, he did it in the fashion that was Boots across the table, especially with cuts adjacent to the cut on the nose, getting cut on the cheek, getting cut on the other cheek, and having some more than wanted success by your opponent when that distance did close. I'm fair to say that Boots knocks out Josh Kelly and takes that third belt if they do fight. Kelly said he's open to it. Kelly said he wants it to happen. Will he duck him? I'm not sure. Good shot by Akuzo. Also, another straight left by a good 3 straight lefts by Akuzo. Back to back to back. Oh, yeah, no, Tajade's done. Tajade's done. Unless Tajada goes through and gets a second win after absolutely willing his gas tank away in those first 2 rounds. This fight's going to be over by probably round 7. Unless Tajada does that much of a deep bag or a deep stretch runner. Because he's fighting aggressive, but he is putting a lot on shots that are not landing. And he is getting beat with great precision technical work on the inside by his opponent. But this could be, by the time round 5 comes around, watch. But again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm telling you, it ain't looking like it. But I digress. Boots. He beats Josh Kelly. I think he gets him out of there. I think he gets him out of there in 6 rounds. Somebody said on Twitter, it looks like it would be the bloodiest fight, or it could be the bloodiest fight that we see Boots in because of the amount of damage that we could see him do on Josh Kelly. And that could be the performance that kind of everybody looks at as, oh my gosh. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm simply letting you know it is a possibility. Because Kelly is still a good fighter. He is. But what this fight showed me today, it's going to be a long day at the office for Josh Kelly when he fights Boots Ennis. And let's hope he actually does fight him and doesn't potentially go another route. Unless that route is Ortiz. Then hey, it is what it is. But I digress. From here, we still are in round 4 of this next fight on the day. And we're still calling the action and reading your chats and responses. Spence fighting, legendary Super Saiyan, how you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show. Thank you for showing up and showing out on our live stream. As we're calling the fights, Tajada is just consistently throwing heavy leather all fight long. And this brother, yeah, he's bobbing and weaving, moving, looking like a little bit like Joe Frazier. My gosh, big left hook by Tajada that is just ruthlessly trying to walk down the likes of Akuzo. But Akuzo, again, the story of the fight has been Akuzo's precision and poise inside the danger, being able to land that straight left consistently and go downstairs to the body with clean work against the reckless and very aggressive nature of the likes of Tajada. But let me read your chats. Is Spence fighting yet? No, he's not fighting yet. Not yet. That fight, we are on the main card, but we still got some time. I think it's 2 fights or 1 fight away with the canceled fights that happened earlier today. It could be a different story. I understand. It could be that this fight is the co-main event and the main event is next. I'm not exactly sure how it's falling. I just know we'll find out as the card unfolds. But he's not fighting right now. You can definitely stick around. Ooh, what happened? Headbutt? Was it a headbutt they went through? Okay, headbutt. And they're back to the action with 1:33 into round 4. But we still want to hear your thoughts and responses. And hopefully you're liking the stream since you are here to go on and get more people invested and involved in our show to keep them up to date and have them informed and enthralled with everything we got going on. So please leave a like on the stream. Keep on sharing the show. Keep on liking the show. And keep on coming through and being a part of this illustrious community. And put your chats in the comment section. We want to hear from you on what you got to say on the day, with a minute left in round 4 between Tszyu and Akuzo. With Akuzo, again, still being poised and patient, popping out the jab, going downstairs, quick left straight, another quick left straight that he lands on Tszyu. It's just been consistent work by Akuzo. I'm telling you, Tszyu, he's giving him easy openings, and the pressure is, yes, it's there, but it's just the fact that all this pressure without the substance of landing, he is going to put himself in a bad state. And he starts out the round strong, but then you see once that minute hits, he goes through and starts to wane yet again. He's still throwing, but he's getting a little bit more telegraphed. He's getting a little bit, he's putting less power and more volume, and it lets Akuzo be able to now set up those big time shots like he's doing right now, getting out the way, using his head movement as Tszyu tries to still press forward with arm punches, just looking like Roy Jones at this point, bobbing and weaving left, right, and center as the round is over, is Akuzo. But as we progress into the show, we will talk about Khamzat Shiraz, the lackluster performance that he had. And Khamzat Shiraz is a little bit of a different story. Shiraz is, well, honestly, excuse me, I can't, there's no other clause to say about the perception that I had going into that fight with Shiraz versus what I experienced watching that fight with Shiraz. Again, didn't get to live stream it because I had some stuff I had to do, so we had to go and make sure we get the Tim Tszyu fight going. Wasn't able to live stream that Joshua card with all these fights that we're discussing. But I did get to see him. And Shiraz right now has me concerned with his standing in the super middleweight division to go and take the belts. I can't lie. I'm not saying that this buddy, he was never that good. He was never that great as we're starting round 5 right now on screen. But I'm not saying he was never that good. I'm not saying he was never anything of substance. Good jab by Tszyu, who again starts this round off strong with a lot of volume, with a lot of head movement, with a lot of forward pressure, and trying again. He's trying to fight like Joe Frazier. I'm telling you, if you watch the way that he approached his fights, he's trying to do a whole lot like it. It just ain't working out right now because he's getting kicked clean without the rhythm that Frazier had to be able to be instinctively getting out the way of punishment. And he's also missing stuff. And he just got scored on a knockdown because that buddy was off balance. As we, again, didn't hurt him at all, but he slipped with a punch coming in. That counts as a knockdown. And now Tszyu down, already in a 10-8 situation, when he's been getting dominated every round of this fight since then. Another great straight right hand, double straight right hand, by Akuzo. Makes Tszyu miss again. Off the ropes, Akuzo has just been phenomenal, working, I mean insane levels of control and head movement and precision with that straight punch. I'm telling you, that straight left, it's been lethal. Shoot, he's been switching. Orthodox, I think he's been switching, going from orthodox to southpaw in some situations. I think now he's back to southpaw right now. But yeah, it's been his fight just about, unless Tszyu comes through and lands one of those haymakers that actually does go and change the makeup of the fight. It ain't gonna happen almost assuredly. He just keeps slipping. I mean, he's smooth with it. He's so smooth with it. Akuzo, he ain't got a whole bunch of power. He doesn't have a whole bunch of punching, depth to him from the standpoint of danger, but he's just so smooth with how he's able to get away from these shots. And again, he's making Tszyu look like he doesn't belong right now, even with all the pressure. I mean, it's looking easy. It's just looking easy. But I digress. Shiraz, he, with this win, but very pedestrian win that he had, in the frame of style that he had it against, with his opponent having a level of success that we did not expect him to have this time out, going and fighting, I'm going to tell you this. I don't think we can favor him in the same way as being the leader for the championship or the title of undisputed champion at the world of 168. I don't think so. Again, the build-up is still there. The hype, the ability. Sure, the punching power is still there. Everything we said or we knew about Shiraz, I'm not saying it just gets washed away. What I am saying, it sure enough don't feel the same no more. It doesn't. If that shows how bad Edgar Berlanga was, okay, so be it. But if it also shows that maybe Shiraz against certain styles is not as effective, well, now it brings up the likes of him versus Christian and Billy. Looks a whole lot more potentially dangerous for somebody who at this point in time, the biggest opposition that we were seeing for Shiraz to fight was Canelo. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Hey, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. I would love to know. Tell me if I'm wrong. The biggest fight for him would look like it was Hamzat Shiraz. And Canelo going and squaring off at the end of all of this. Old versus new, tall versus short, Benavidez and Canelo light. Because Shiraz is of similar dimensions to Benavidez. But now I'm not so sure. And I think the vast majority of the public ain't that sure either. I want to hear your thoughts on it, but hey, it can get concerning. Let me see. The speaker, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. We welcome you to the show. Thank you for tuning in to the Welch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. Hopefully you're having a phenomenal time. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself. And you like what we got going on this show. Main event ain't started yet. Right now, it's still going on. Or rather, it still has not happened. It's the first fight of the main card. And again, just to follow up, Charlo is not fighting. He could not get in the country. Just know, Fulton is not fighting. He came in overweight. None of those fights are going down. So just know this is, I don't know what them cards are going to look like outside of the main event. Oh, good uppercut. Oh, gosh. Good uppercut by Akuzo on Jada. Great day in the morning. God, another one. But another one. What the world? I mean, this is, how no. Okay, even for Akuzo not being a puncher, but Tejada is getting his bell rung with some of these shots and uppercuts coming from Akuzo. How in the world is he staying up? Good God, if Akuzo really wants to put this fight to bed, them uppercuts might be the best thing for him. Because even better than that straight left that he's been landing, them uppercuts can be the thing that really, I mean, enough of those where Tejada just can't see it coming. He can put Tejada on some real bad legs. Let me see. Raekwon, what's going on? We appreciate you on the show. Thank you for tuning in, Raekwon the GOAT. We hope you're having a phenomenal time. Let me see. Greetings from John. All right, well, John, what's up? We appreciate you being here. So glad that you tuned in. Let me see. Thanks for the update. Salute the enthusiasm. I appreciate it. Hopefully, again, we're trying to entertain the masses. Like I said, we do this every 3 days out the week, and we want you to be enthralled, informed, entertained with the boxing world and beyond. We don't just cover boxing, we cover the NBA as well. But I digress. 10 seconds left into round 5. I think it's round 5 of this fight between Akuzo and Tejada. And right now, round 6. I'm sorry. It's a minute 15 into round 6. My apologies. At least per what the scorebook says. Another overhand left by Akuzo. But Tejada, you just got to, you blew your gas tank too early. You ain't got nothing on these shots no more. You ain't got nothing on these punches no more. 53 seconds left into round 6. And now I will say, the one thing I don't like about Akuzo right now in this first fight on the Spence card, Akuzo is staying on the ropes when he could indeed escape. Even with the pressure that we know Tejada has to offer. That was actually a pretty good parry that we saw from the likes of Akuzo parrying away these punches. But it's like, brother, it's ridiculous. It's insane. It's insane. Why in the world are you not just moving around? Force him to use his legs even more to further tiring him out. Because I told y'all after round 5, we were going to see Tejada completely be a fatigue-riddled fighter. Because he's got spurts, but he ain't got the level of connect rate to not just waste that gas tank on just punching air. And he's been punching air all day long. Let me see. Yo, Israelite, what's good with you? Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you on the show. Thank you for joining in on the live. Hopefully you're leaving a like on the stream. Hopefully you're enjoying the show on us. Let me see. Let me see. I put salute, but the phone said agree. I mean, look, it's the same thing. I don't care how you say it. We're just happy that you tuned in. Trust me, I misspell stuff all the time, and spell check be kicking my butt at times. I get you. I completely understand the frustration. Mark my words. Trust me, we've had our own instances of messing this up. I'll tell you what, I was so scared because people be getting on me for spelling, and I get it. We supposed to be professional. We can't be messing stuff like that up. But I was so scared to upload this live stream because I was kept thinking I spelled Tszyu wrong every time out. I'm still scared I spelled Tszyu wrong, and I hope I didn't. But if I did, please correct me because I'm telling you, some of these names I love them. It's just they're very eclectic in ways that they're beautiful, but at the same time, they're new to me. So I gotta make sure my stuff is on the right track. As we are in round 7 now of this fight between Tszyu. Oh, okay, a slip. I thought Akuzo got knocked down. It's just a slip, just a slip going through for Akuzo and Tszyu. Again, we are in round 7 of this fight at light heavyweight between Tszyu and Akuzo. Good straight right by Akuzo, or by Tszyu, excuse me. That's the best punch we've seen Tszyu throw all fight long, and that reckless abandon, it's starting to take effect now. Maybe this was the game plan that Tszyu needed to have, because all of a sudden, he's got Akuzo looking in a bad state. He's got Akuzo looking dangerous. Wait a minute, Akuzo's on the ropes, and he's having trouble getting away from these shots. Good straight right by Tszyu, as he, again, putting real pressure and damage that's actually effective on the head of Akuzo. Good uppercut by Akuzo. Big shot by Akuzo that just misses. Again, now he's starting to miss with that straight left that was money for him all day long. It's a good straight left. That's a good hook. That was actually a cross by the likes of Akuzo that landed flush. We're seeing Tszyu. I'm sorry, brother. It might be sloppy. I can't commend nothing but this brother's chin, because he's just been eating flush shots to the head from Akuzo. And he's just been able to stay up. I don't understand. If Akuzo had any more power, this fight might be over, because he's been landing at-will flush on Tszyu. But that pressure from good shot by Tszyu. Oh, another good shot by Tszyu. All of a sudden now, Tszyu's got some momentum. This is the best round he's had this entire fight. Wait a minute. Hold on now. Wait a second. Oh, wait a minute.
We got some problems here.
This is hands down trying to use his head movement, but it's not working right now. Tszyu starting to work. That pressure's starting to work. That onslaught of just consistent barrage is starting to have Akuzo tired out. My gosh. This is absolutely insane. If I'm Akuzo, I'm clenching up. Akuzo he's not hurt, he's tired. I can't believe this. I can't believe it. 30 seconds left. Akuzo's hurt. Akuzo's hurt bad. Akuzo's hurt real bad. 30 seconds. 20 seconds left in round 7. Akuzo's in bad state. Akuzo's on wobbly legs. Akuzo cannot keep his hands up. Akuzo's got it looks like swelling on his right side. His mouth is open. His eyes look a little bit glazed over. He's trying to swing for dear life. It is not working though. Tszyu is able to land these shots. They might not have nothing on him, but now it looks like Akuzo ain't got nothing in him either. But this is turning into all of a sudden a dangerous fight for Akuzo. It's turning dangerous. It's getting scary now. It's getting scary now. My gosh. Oh my goodness. This fight is taking a completely different turn from what it was just a couple seconds ago. Let me see. Spence is America's last shot for respect on the card. I mean, on this card, yeah, it was billed as America versus Australia, and he was the last potential fight to have happen. Or he was the big kahuna of the fight to have happen. It's just, we hope I hope he shows up. American or not, I hope he shows up and is actually able to produce and get the win. Because I want to see him, again, if this was the old days of Spence, he would have handled Tszyu with ease. Without a doubt. That's the thing. And see, that's the struggle with this fight. It's a fight that Errol Spence, if this was earlier in Errol Spence's career, let's say he had won that fight with the likes of Tim Tszyu. Or excuse me, let's say he had won the fight with Terrence Crawford, hypothetically. And he had gone through and he was going to go and move up. If this fight was happening then, he would have won. If this Tim Tszyu fight was happening then, where Spence didn't need to go and his prime, or rather the danger of damage wasn't a thing for the likes of Spence, yeah, it would have been easy. It would have been easy and he would have beat him. But now, it just ain't. Also, we got the next round is on right now. Also, what happened to Fulton? Fulton is indeed in a bad state. Right, he's not on the card. He came in 6 pounds overweight. Fulton came in 6 pounds overweight. Also, Beat Skull, how you doing? Good to see you. We thank you for showing up on the show and tuning into our live stream. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Hopefully you're having a phenomenal time. Right now we're watching Tszyu almost make a comeback against the likes of Akuzo, who was winning and outboxing the likes of Tszyu all night long. And it looked like we had seen Tszyu punch himself into a daze beforehand, and now all of a sudden he's turning this fight around. But that's what's going on right now on the card. But in terms of Fulton, yeah, Fulton's off because Fulton is not on any card because he came in 6 pounds overweight and no longer is fighting no more. We can ask if he's going to move up to 140. He better. At this point, he's going to get destroyed if he gets up there. But that's the way he's got to fight right now because there's nothing else for him to do. There's nothing else. There's nowhere. Where else is there for him to go? Let's ask the real questions. Where else is there for him to go? If he can't make 130, and he's even above 135. He couldn't, with how bad he was overweight, he couldn't even make 135 if he tried. Where else is there for him to go except for the fight at 140, and he'll get destroyed if he fights at 140. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation. Anything above 126, this brother can't handle, because we saw when he fought against O'Shaquie Foster, he got dog walked. Did he not? Did he not? Did he not? Did he not? I'm serious. Did he not get dog walked when he fought against O'Shaquie Foster? Was it not close when he fought against him, let alone if he fought against the likes of, and Emmanuel Navarrete? That would be a whole other can of worms. Again, but bad in all accounts. What is there for Fulton to do now if this is what his body is incapable of achieving, which is making weight? What else is there for him? And the answer is nothing. That brings up some very concerning questions, because if he goes up any higher, it's going to be pandemonium in the worst way. For him, it's going to be pandemonium in the worst way. Also, I apologize. I've been answering your question. I've been calling the fight. There's 33 seconds left on round 8 on my television screen right here, right now, with Tszyu and Akuzo, with Tszyu still pressing forward and doing what had gotten him a near knockdown in this fight. Mind you, Akuzo did get a knockdown on Tszyu when he punched him off balance. It wasn't a shot that hurt him, but it was a shot that took him to a knee because he was off balance on the inside. So he's got that 10-8 round in the bag, coupled with winning roughly the first 6 rounds of the fight. And now, round 7 and on, it's a whole different affair. What will we see transpire? We're going to find out, as Tszyu has a whole host of momentum as we're going into round 9 in less than a minute. But let me keep on reading your chats and responses. I know everyone who put money on Paringa still ain't woke up from their Pokemon face. Oh, buddy. People were about to go. It was about to be, I am set for life. Anybody who put money on Paringa, they were looking at a round 1 knockout with the amount of odds that was against them. That would have been one of the biggest upsets of the last 5 years. They were about to be like, all my suffering monetarily is about to be washed away in the throes of boxing with that win. I'm telling you, people were jumping out their seats that were in that stadium that don't even care about boxing because they had money that was about to make them generational wealth with that fight. They so hot that AJ came back. I'm telling you right now, they hot, they mad, they livid. And I can imagine. And anybody who had AJ, anybody who bet their house on AJ, was also probably just now getting up. Because they almost saw whatever thousands of dollars they had on what was supposed to be a guaranteed victory go up in smoke. I'm telling you, it was you. And the bookies were scrambling that entire fight. They were. But we're starting off round 9 now at the light heavyweight fight. Currently. And so let me see. But yeah, who is fighting right now? It is Tszyu versus Akuzo right now in round 9 with Tszyu in the white, red, and blue trunks and Akuzo in the all-white trunks fighting in a literal clash of styles, boxer versus swarmer in this fight where it's gotten incredibly close. I still think Akuzo is up, who's been the better point scoring boxer with smooth counters, being able to get away from a lot of shots, and was at one point in time handling the pressure of Tszyu incredibly easily. But once that fatigue started to set in from the constant, relentless onslaught from Tszyu, Akuzo started to wane. Akuzo started to get concerned. Akuzo started to get really deep breaths of oxygen because he was winded. And Tszyu almost got a knockout in round 7, got more momentum in round 8, and now it's round 9. He's won arguably the last 3 rounds of a fight that has been completely out of his favor. It could be, depending on how the judges see it, who knows what this card could be with how he's been able to come back. But it should be Akuzo, if he just stays up, should win this fight in this 10-round affair. I'm trying to make sure I keep on reading about his chest. What happened with testing? Why Tszyu say he paid for testing and there was no testing? So I've been trying to figure it out myself. Again, we played a clip earlier. In fact, I can find the clip right now of that whole snippet of Tim Tszyu saying there wasn't any testing going on. One of the biggest issues in regards to this fight that we had seen had been Tim Tszyu complaining that there was no drug testing going on in this fight with Errol Spence Jr. And again, we can talk about it more after. In fact, I'm going to talk about it more after this fight goes down, because right now it's a little bit volatile. But there was no drug testing alleged by Tim Tszyu for this fight. Updates on it, we'll get into that later on after this first fight that we got right now with Tszyu and Akuzo. As Tszyu, again, leaping jab into a leaping straight right, just consistently trying to apply as much pressure as possible. And I'm telling you, it's working in terms of getting under the skin of Akuzo. And this cat is tough as all get out because he just keeps on eating punches left, right, and center without a care in the world. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me at all. But that's what's going on. And I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it, but that's what's happening. If he somehow comes back and knocks out Akuzo, I will be shocked. If it was a better punch, if Akuzo was any form of better puncher, Tszyu with the amount of shots and what he's being caught with, he would have been going to sleep a long time ago. Again, credit to Tszyu with the chin. But my gosh, man, if Akuzo was any level of better puncher in this light heavyweight division, Tszyu would be on the floor. Just sparked out. But it would be on another planet right now if it was a different person. I can promise you that. I can guarantee you that. But either way, we still got more stuff to talk about. Like with the whole the Tim Tszyu situation of drug testing in this fight. I'm gonna go pull it up and have you all be able to hear what he had to say after this round, as we're in round 10 of this fight, the last round of this first fight. And what I tell you, down and out, but Tszyu just got knocked out cold by Akuzo, a one-hitter quitter counter that had that man going directly to sleep like it was a Fight Night 2010 knockout. I mean, forward and back, completely down, out, and still unresponsive at this moment in time. We do hope he's okay. We do hope he's incredibly fine. He was flatlined. Oh my gosh. Akuzo just got a potential knockout of the year down in Australia. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I couldn't even see, was it an uppercut or was it a straight that he landed with? I think it was a straight left that he's been landing on Tszyu. Tszyu is still down, but Tszyu has not moved yet. That butt is stiff. Oh my gosh. Let me look at the replay. No, it wasn't a straight. Yeah, okay. So it was a straight right that started. It was a straight left that started it. And then he goes through. Oh, yes, it was straight. Yes, it was straight left. It was a straight left. He feinted. We fade with the jab and landed that straight left one more time on the button. And finally, Tszyu went down. And that brother is not getting up. He might still be down right now. But this could actually be incredibly scary. That was insane. On the button was that shot. Boom. Right on the chin. And yeah, he was out before he hit the mat. His head hit the back of the canvas. Yeah, this could be dangerous. Look, yeah, we hope and pray that Tszyu gets up and is incredibly fine. We really do. But I can't overstate the absolute perfection that knockout was. That most likely is going to be knockout of the year. That most likely will be knockout of the year. That will most likely be knockout of the year. Oh, shoot. Oh, gosh. But it was bad. Yeah, Tszyu walked into it. He walked into it. He got blinded by that right jab. And the left strike, which again, we had seen Tszyu be able to double up on that. We had seen Akuzo be able to double up on that left straight consistently, multiple times over this fight. That punch was always there. It just seemed like he never had the power to put him down, let alone the chin that we had seen Tszyu have on this night. Seemed like he would just keep on taking punishment. And again, thankfully, Tszyu is up. He is up and alert. And credit to him, what a tough fighter. I mean, what a tough warrior. I cannot give any disrespect to that because that man was pressing the issue the entire time, and he had Akuzo in a bad state at one point in time later in the fight. There's no shame in this loss. There's just some things that he definitely has to fix, but lo and behold, this was real. But that knockout, that was vicious. Ooh, that was vicious. And I didn't think he was going to be the one to do it. But if it wasn't going to be him, it was going to be somebody else that would have done this same thing to Tszyu with the way that he fights. And yeah, Akuzo, buddy, he got it done. He got it done. Again, we're thankful that Tszyu is up and alert and aware. But that was nasty. He didn't even register that punch was coming. That's what made it so bad. Whew, boy, that was insane. I'll tell you, that was insane. Great performance by both. Phenomenal fight. Absolutely phenomenal fight for the first fight of this main card. That looked to be a fight, a card that might not live up to any substantial level of excitement except for the main event. But my goodness, brother, who knows what's coming next after this? I'm telling you, yes, he's okay. He's up and he's okay, thankfully. And we're so glad. We are so glad that he can still be coherent. Absolutely. After that shot, absolutely. So blessings and incredible blessing that is the case. But what we were talking about, Tim Tszyu. Now that we've seen this fight for the first fight out the way, now I can play the clip of Tim Tszyu complaining about the lack of drug testing going on this card. Because per his own words, there was no drug testing done for this fight between Tim Tszyu and Errol Spence at this point in time. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Where's it? There it is. There it is. Okay, I don't know why I was lagging and coming up on the screen. But I'll play it here so you all can hear exactly what he had to say. But yeah, it seems like there was no drug testing going on for the initial setup of this fight between Tim Tszyu and Errol Spence Jr.
And I haven't been drug tested either. Yeah, right. So there shouldn't be drug testing. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Is there anything you can do between now and fight day in terms of that?
What's that?
Anything you can do or would do or like seeing?
Me, I can only do what I can do. But to see something done, look, I think I'm not going to accuse him and think that he's been doing something, you know. I don't know. Honestly, I've got no answer to that.
So again, like I said before, the last time I played that clip earlier this week, the audio of the recording device used just was very muffled with all the music and stuff. That's why it might have been a little bit hard to hear. But he complained there was no drug testing going on for this fight. At this point in time, I still do not know whether drug testing was done or not for this fight between Errol Spence and Tim Tszyu. We can actually find out live right here, right now, on this show, if that was the case or not. And as I'm doing this and looking this up, we can go, I still want to hear your thoughts and opinions on everything. Who's going to win? What's your predictions for this fight? How do you see this fight going? For Tim Tszyu and Errol Spence, who do you want to see each of them fight next after the matchups, depending on when or what the results are for this fight? Who would you want to see Errol Spence fight after this if he's able to go through and beat Tim Tszyu and vice versa? But let me look up whether or not what the drug testing, if they were able to get it done or not right now. Let me see. Okay. So at this point in time, there has still been no drug testing done for Errol Spence versus Tim Tszyu. Oh my. Hey. Oh Lord.
We got some problems here.
Currently, as of right now, there is still no drug testing done for this fight. None whatsoever. It still is a fight. Oh Lord. I'm not gonna lie. After what we already got Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn, the battle of the drug heads, the drug lords. This is essentially it's a gang war. At this point in time between Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia, it's the battle for opioids. As people somewhat jokingly make about, because both of them pop dirty. And now you got Errol Spence and Tim Tszyu not having drug tests amidst the whole rigmarole of noise that's been made over the last 2 years, with drug testing being a thing or not, or people popping or not popping. I don't want anything going down in a negative fashion for this fight's result. Please, Lord knows, if they do a drug test after this and somebody pops, we're not going to hear the end of it. If they do a drug test and both of them do pass, great, perfect. I just don't want no more drama. I'm telling you, I can't stand if we have to go through that whole situation again of what we had with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Please don't let me go through that again. Please don't. I beg you. I'm begging you. I'm on my knees. I'm begging you, please. Don't let me go through that again. Because if I have to, I might just lose my mind. Because it's inexcusable. It's inexcusable that there's no drug test. I'm sorry. There's no reason there should not be drug tests on this fight. None whatsoever. Absolutely none. Oh, shoot. Oh, my gosh, man. I'm just... do you understand? I want you to paint the picture. Do you understand that for the last almost year, I have not been able to talk about Ryan Garcia or Devin Haney or Conor Benn with any sort of consistency about just their talents without being told or reminded we don't really know what they can be or who they are, because, brother, they popped. You can't trust what their skill set that you're seeing. Up until we saw Ryan Garcia and Mario Barrios and that clean performance by Ryan Garcia. Now, sure, you can say Mario Barrios wasn't that good. Fair, fine, cool. That's how you feel. He was champion, but understandable. He wasn't of the best amongst the rest who held the belt. I completely get that. But the biggest thing was, before that fight, no matchup I could go through and poise or even talk about could ever be cleanly talked about, because it was always, this butter pop dirty. This butter is no good. This butter ain't nothing. Because he's going to be no power. He's going to be no speed and all this stuff. It was insane. It was insane. It muddied every conversation. Do I want one of the most respected fighters that I've seen in Errol Spence Jr. having that as a stain on him? When yes, it is a product of the fight that there's no drug testing, and it's not the fighter's fault, because there should be drug testing enabled for this event. Why? I have no clue, because it wasn't requested that it shouldn't happen by neither fighter, to my knowledge. So, if this is just a lack of sustainability or a lack of accountability on whoever's putting on this fight, this can lead to a whole host of problems. Errol Spence or Tim Tszyu could both cheat. Crazy enough? And this is not me trying to go and spread rumors, spread lies, spread deceit. We're not saying that, but eerily similar. We saw corruption in Australia before. Just go back and look at what happened with Manny Pacquiao. Just remember that. The first big ESPN event that we had to see with ESPN getting boxing back in over 10 years at that point in time, roughly over a decade ago, which is crazy enough to say. We saw Manny Pacquiao get robbed of a victory against Jeff Horn, when Jeff Horn clearly lost that fight, missing out on an opportunity to get Terrence Crawford versus Manny Pacquiao for, I believe, the WBA championship. Why in the world did that happen? Because Jeff Horn got a robbery of a win when he lost that fight cleanly, when he was doing all the dirty tactics, headbutting and everything, going up against Manny Pacquiao. People still remember that. I know I do remember that. I was watching that with my pops. We both were saying that was absolutely ridiculous for what was an entertaining fight. Teddy Atlas was on ESPN. Part of the reason why Teddy Atlas lost his job at ESPN is because of what he said about the corruption that was happening in that fight with Manny Pacquiao and Jeff Horn, and subsequently calling out corruption after the consistency of things happening for multiple fights on ESPN, going against the boxing world itself with how they have been dealing with business and these sanctioning bodies as a whole, all that stuff. Part of the reason why he lost his job. And he should still be on television to this day talking about this sport, especially now with everybody in the same boat at the same time in the same place in the same space. It's a shame, but that's what happened. But this is why. Because now, if he didn't call it out, stuff like this can happen. We shouldn't be hearing that this is an issue just from Tim Tszyu. This should be an issue from everybody around the world. Because this is inexcusable. If Tim Tszyu, and this is not me trying to blame them, but this is why I'm saying it's a struggle. Because if this corruption happens again, and we see Tim Tszyu get something added to him, because he does need, this is a do or die for Tim Tszyu, and desperation can make a man do things you would never dream of at all. And this is not me putting blame, this is just me understanding the severity of what can happen. We could see him potentially ruin whatever hope we had in Errol Spence coming back, because he could do it dirtily. Errol Spence the same way. His desperation for him. If he really does want to continue his career, it is a literal do or die sentiment. He cannot afford to lose this fight. And so he may be, if there's nobody watching over his shoulder or his trainer's shoulders, they could do stuff that could be illegal. This is not me questioning their integrity. This is me questioning there's an opening to do wrong. Doing wrong is, yes, your decision, but there should not be an environment that should be invited. And this is inviting an environment to make that happen. And if this does go wrong, there's going to be a potential irreparable damage that's done to either man. Reputation-wise and health-wise. It's on the table because we've seen it done before. Ryan Garcia's reputation will never recover because of what he did with the PEDs. Conor Ben's the same way. Jarrell Miller the same way. And when it comes to cheating as a whole, we've seen people die because of steroids. It don't take much to kill a man. It don't take much to kill a man. The right shot at the right time with enough force for somebody that is not equipped, it's enough to get, you can take somebody out. Sugar Ray Robinson had a dream. He was going to kill somebody in the ring, and he begged the fight to be called off. They didn't call it off. They said, it's just you overthinking stuff. You'll be just fine. Guess what he did? He killed the man that he said he had a dream about in the ring. And it happened. It don't take much It don't. We just don't want that to be a problem. That's all. We just don't want it to be a problem. So it's Lord knows I hope everything goes smooth. Because I can't deal with that again. Let me see. Jean, help. I want to be a boxer. Be my manager. Oh, boy. Well, yeah, you know what? That's a tall order. My going rate is incredibly high. You know, I'm asking for at minimum. I'm asking for at minimum 70% up front. And if you become a champion, we'll bump it down to 50. But, you know, and that includes sponsorships, that includes commercials and brand deals, that includes any extracurricular money. I get at least 3% of that as well. But if you rock with me, you'll be guaranteed to be a champion. Just know that you'll get a shot at the top without question. It's gonna cost you a hefty penny. You know, you might. I might just start moving like Don King. Who knows? I'm kidding. If I did become a manager, I would never move like that absolute, disgraceful, belligerently vile promoter in the likes of Don King. I'm telling you, it still irks my mind that he did that to Mike Tyson and others. He is the literal reason why the Ali Act was taking place. This is disgusting. I would never be that. At least I would hope so. But who knows? Power can change a man. So, you know, you could you can end your career and sue the mess out of me afterwards. But just know, you'll be a champion. If you rock with me, you'll be a champion guaranteed. Just have a secondary financial advisor. Just in case. I had the power to get to my head. Let me see. Let's salute from Granite. Oh, hold on. Salute from Granite 17's YouTube channel. He's another solid boxing watch along streamer who's streaming the fight right now. Was telling him y'all should collab. Oh, really? Oh, dang. Well, look. Hey, salute to him and his whole audience. Hopefully, I assume they're doing a phenomenal job and having a great time. We both doing our thing. Two different sides of the space, going for the same goal, entertaining you all. So hopefully y'all enjoying us. Whoever you all pick, I'm not gonna throw no jabs. I'm not gonna say you should stay over here. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna try to steal his audience. If you like me, you can stay. If you don't, hey, you got another alternative. There you go. But we're all going for the same thing, and hopefully anybody who's from his side of the channel, we'll be having a phenomenal time. We hope that we're both giving you some fun and fervor, and we don't doubt at all that Grant is doing a phenomenal job with his own brand of boxing knowledge and entertainment, as we hope we are doing the exact same. But let me keep on reading your chats and responses. I mean, that's what happens when you cheat, you get caught. Yeah, that's what happens. You cheat, you get what? Well, not every time. Because some people can still get through the cracks, but you just need that barrier. That's the importance. And even I don't understand everything about the testing. I know VADA, WADA, I think there's a third one. I don't know them all, but what they're for and the process that should be in place is to prevent the potential worst case imaginable, especially in an environment of sport where one bad situation can literally end the life and career of somebody. And we just don't want to have that happen, do we? I would assume not. But it's never going to be perfect. But it needs to be stringent and always enforced. If it's not enforced here for a fight of this magnitude with two people that are insanely dangerous and a danger to themselves because of where they're at this stage in their career, you better believe it can be a real problem. It can be a real issue. Let me see. I'm trying to make sure I catch everybody before this next fight comes up. Let me see. I want to be a champion. You're hyped. Hey, man, we'll make it for you. We'll put it to you. We're going to be working really hard now. We're going to be training old school. That's what we're going to be doing. It's going to be about 15 to 20 fights where you're going to be fighting fodder and slowly eking up competition, and you're going to be training rigorously. We're talking custom model levels of absolute psychotic behavior. 500 crunches, 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 500 squats. We going for mile runs. We going for heavy bag training 2 hours at a time. We using the number system like with Customato, and we're going to have you fighting like a mix of Ali and Joe Frazier all in one. Oh, I'm telling you, it's going to be glorious. Glorious. I can't wait to see it without a doubt. Without a doubt. Absolutely. Also, there was Brandon. I think there was somebody. Brandon. I think Brandon Bourgois. I saw you in the chat. I was trying to scroll down to get to you. I believe you said you were from. You were from Granite's channel. And if you are, hello, welcome. Hopefully you're here. We're glad that you're enjoying our stream, and we're glad that you're joining on the show. Absolutely. Thank you for showing up and showing out. And anybody who cares to be a part of our community, hey, you can come on over here and subscribe to Granite's channel and his community as well, because they do phenomenal work without question, without a doubt. But Brandon, we appreciate you on the show. Thank you for coming in and seeing what we're about, and hopefully you're having a phenomenal time. Without question. Let me see. Take my food away. Get me motivated to stay. Well, we ain't gonna starve you now. We you need to eat. We can't starve you out. We can definitely give you a sense of. We'll get you on the register. We're gonna hire people. We're gonna get a team around you. Like we're gonna do what Team Tyson failed to do for Mike Tyson. We're gonna get you set accordingly. We're gonna get our own Teddy Atlas. We're gonna get our own Kevin Rooney. We're gonna get managers that can help me, help you, and we're gonna make sure that you got a nutritionist and everything. We ain't gonna have you like Neverete. Raw talent gets you so far, and then all of a sudden, oh, now you want to put in the work. We're gonna get you right. We're gonna get you right, I guarantee you. I promise you that. Let me see. I genuinely will have both of y'all playing. Everybody eats. Oh, see? Well, that's good. I appreciate it. I'm so happy that you deem us worthy to play alongside another very quality source in the world of social media and boxing. Let me see. LOL, that's probably how these promoters be. Hey, brother, you're not supposed to give away. You can't be opening up behind the curtain now. You're gonna mess up. You're messing up the pitch. You're messing up the shtick. How am I supposed? Hold on. Where's my camera? Hold on a second. Hey. It's your song. There it is. Hey there. Hey, look at my eyes. Look at me. You're messing up. I can't eat if you're giving up the keys to get them in. There's no pitch if they know this is just the stuff everybody says. You can't be doing that. You're messing up the game plan, brother. We ain't getting out of no hood if you gonna go through. We are not getting out the hood if you're gonna go and give it the secrets, brother. We gotta play the game. So, we can't be finding diamonds in the rough. If we can't get a diamond to come into the gym, we got. See, you know what? You're banned from my gym. You're banned. You cannot come in here. You are going to mess up everything that we're trying to build. You are going to mess up everything that we're trying to foster and flourish. We're gonna have a whole list of names that we say can't come in here. There's no dream to sell. If everybody thinks I can't believe them, there's no rug to pull over people's eyes. Oh, it's a shame. It's just a shame. Oh my gosh! But as we're continuing on the show, we do have a fight that we need to call. This is ridiculous. I know, and we're taking some liberties because, again, for the most part, we're waiting on the main event more than anything. We're still calling fights. We're just having some fun while doing it. But as we got this next fight coming up, we still want to have some time to go through and discuss some of the things with Errol Spence and Tim Tszyu. Specifically, I would love to hear who you all would want to see if Errol Spence won tonight. I really would. I truly would, because I think that's gotten lost in the shuffle of conversation right now. We're excited for Errol Spence to come back. Sure, we understand him and Tszyu are in the same boat. They need to make something happen. Absolutely. But the other half of the equation is, after this, what's next? What comes after this win if we get a win? And we're going to say regardless of the performance that he has. Just if we say that he gets a victory, like with Deontay Wilder. I thought Deontay Wilder was going to lose against Derek Chisora. Or if he did win, I was going to be like, it would be a shocking to me. He won. He did. This is Derek Chisora, who was on a streak. He did win. But the question was now, where do you go after that? And beyond just the fact that he was going to get a victory. And I don't know where Spence goes after this win, if he does win. Again, as we're calling the first fight right now, on the, I believe, this is the co-main event for tonight, if I am not mistaken, as the other cards are kind of gone by the wayside. I think this is an all Australian fight between two people. I believe, I could be wrong, but if I'm wrong, I do apologize. Let me keep on reading your chats. And I'm going to break that camera. Mr. McDowell, camera 2. That's exactly what we want to do. We're gonna start breaking phones and breaking cameras. Anybody comes in here, so nobody messes up the shtick. But I do want to hear your thoughts on that. Let me see. Whoa, time out. Wait a minute. Hold on. Whoa. We a culture. We a respectful culture. We ain't calling nobody no slurs. We don't need that to motivate you. We gonna help you out. We ain't gonna demean you. We gonna help you. That ain't how I roll. At least with me on this channel. When I coach, you ain't gotta worry about that with me. I can guarantee you. Yeah, it's gonna be straight motivation. We gonna be strict. But we ain't going that far. We ain't going that far. I would think we ain't going that far. Because we want to make you feel like a champion. We ain't trying to make you feel like you in the dirt. Lord, it works for some. And it may not work for everybody else. We'll gauge it based on what type of fighter you are. That's what we'll do. But I digress. As we're calling the action. 45 seconds left into round one of this fight between, Actis and Peters. Which again, Peters in the all hot pink trunks and gloves. Addict or act. Is it, how do you say that? Is it Actis? Yeah, I think it's Actis in the black and white. And they actually starting to slug. This ain't they don't look pretty, but doggone it, it's effective. I can't lie. When in terms of Peters trying to swing away, and this probably ain't gonna be the most, this probably won't be the most, technically sound fight that we have on the night, which is why we can kind of talk a little bit and have some time before the main event. But as the round ends right now, let's get back to the topic. Who would Spence fight next? I would hope that he fights, most likely, Keith Thurman or Charlo after this fight. I would hope. If his heart is actually in the sport and he wants to keep on moving up, I would hope that that's who he fights next. Because again, Boachuk is going to be too good. Adams is going to be too good. Most of the fighters within that top 10 are going to be way too good for him. Going to be way too good, way too adept with Spence just getting back. A Charlo or a Keith Thurman who's coming off a loss, who they were already in position at 147 to potentially meet up and fight each other. I believe they were in a position to fight each other. Have they fought already? Did they fight in their careers? Let me see. As we're starting round two right now, I'm looking it up to see if they fought before. Okay, yeah, they never fought each other. And we know Keith Thurman loves to talk his way into a big-time fight, even with this position of everybody saying he might be, not necessarily a shot fighter, but definitely ain't the fighter that he used to be with this loss that we had against Fundor. Now, Fundor is Fundor. Whole different animal, we understand. Also, a very energetic right hand for the likes of Atkins on Peters. Brother, this is a very interesting type of fight. This is they might be stiff, but brother, they going for it. Good jab by Peters, good jab by Atkins, 1-2 by Peters coming down the line. Oh, good shot by Atkins to the belt line. I thought that was a little bit low. Another shot to the belt line by Atkins. Big swing. I mean, just going for work as Atkins on Peters. This is not going to be pretty, but my gosh, it's going to be entertaining. They are going to leave it all in the ring. I can tell you that right now. But in terms of Spence versus Charlo, I would want to see that fight. I would want to see that fight right now if Spence looks good. Especially since it could be at 160, where it's a perfect liaison way. Charlo, the bigger Charlo, was at 168, can potentially drop down to 160 if he so chooses. Or the smaller Charlo, who already fought at 168, if he wanted to get that type of fight, will potentially say, hey, I can make that just fine if we do need to push that envelope. Because there's also a world where we could see Errol Spence feel so good with 160 pounds, he might just say, I'm a middleweight, straight up. And there's not as many people up at middleweight that are uber elite outside of Laura and maybe like 2 other people. And if I feel like I'm looking good and belong up here, I could just stay up here and now y'all can go and migrate up to me. I get belts, I dominate, I stay up top, I stay becoming champion, and then we're good to go. And then we're good to go. Also, legend, yo, they scrapping, brother, you ain't lying. Let me tell you something. These folks, there has not been any lack of action at all in this fight. It's been nothing but knockdown, drag out war the entire time. I mean the entire time. Right now. It's reckless. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. 28 seconds left in round 2. Big hook by Peters. Another hook by Peters on the inside. This is 2 Tajadas just going at each other. I mean, they just throwing. They just throwing. Good straight right by Peters. Good straight jab by Atkins. Both of them trade shots with each other. Big 1-2 by Peters. Peters is so stiff, but has so much heart. Or rather, excuse me, Atkins is so stiff, but got so much heart, and he is willing to just, swing away like he's skipping stones across the pond, man. It's insane. As we are in the end, at the end, of round 3 right now. I need to make sure I make some more tea to make sure I can keep my voice up to snuff. Let me see. Throwing that left hook. But son, he is rearing that hand back from Tim Tszyu. And it's so rigid. It comes off like he throws it like he's holding a 2x4. But if it hits you, like that thing, it's so stiff, it's gonna crack you. That's the problem. Like you see it coming. But even the crazy thing is, even on the guard, that shot is still like you can see the effect it's having. Because it's so like there's no give in his forearm. And that's almost like what he's throwing. He's literally just throwing his forearm with his hook, but it's working so well. As we're in round 3? They fight like it's round 6 right now. Another jab, good straight right by Peters. Uppercut by Peters. Jab by Atkins. Just back and forth. You can barely even call the action. Again, Peters is the longer, more fluid fighter, but it is still equating to he's having a time with the likes of Atkins right now. Good hook by Peters on the head of Atkins. Uppercut by Atkins misses. 2 minutes, 27 seconds in round 3. Up, Peters does a turn. Oh my gosh, I didn't expect that. Double hook by the likes of Peters. Overhand by Peters. Good straight. Look, let me tell you something. The story of this whole night has been the straight right, which is crazy to say. I'm serious. Good hook downstairs by the likes of good God, great day. But what the world? Peters, or rather Atkins, is just completely insane with the way that he's going about this fight. This is preposterous. It's all heart. It's literally all heart that this brother's throwing. Every time he gets caught with the shot, he is immediately loading up. It's like a fight night round 2. That's what it is. This fight's like fight night round 2. If anybody played that game, it's nothing but loaded up haymakers, left, right, and center every time somebody gets tagged. Without a doubt, it's just like that. It's exactly like that. Good straight right by Peters. Good 2-punch combination by Atkins. That straight right by Peters though has been landing really, really well. And the high guard of Atkins isn't really sharp, or rather isn't really stiff. Excuse me, fortified. That's what I was looking for. As we're going through right now, 1:06 into round 3. Good hook by Peters. Good double hook by Peters that time. Another straight right by Peters. Atkins is starting to get caught. He's starting to back up a little bit. That danger and damage maybe starting to affect him just a tad. But now he's walking, he's leaning with his head down. I don't know if he's got defense like that, but he's going to try to use it. Slips a jab, gets caught with a straight right. 2-punch combination. Goes and tries to turn Peters, but it doesn't work. Good hook to the body by Peters. And a good 3-punch combination. I'm telling you, Atkins might be a little bit winded. I'm not going to lie. Atkins might be, them punches coming out mighty slow. Them punches coming out mighty slow now. Wait a second. Now, we've seen this story before, and it became a second win in the second half of the, good gosh. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. Brother, Atkins is, that stamina bar may be re-knee right now. That stamina bar may be re-knee. Them punches coming out like molasses now. Oh, gosh. Oh, Lord. Oh. Hey, look, this is not disrespect. This is a fun fight. This is a fun fight. I'll tell you what, for me not to have Charlo and Fulton on this card would look to be a very lackluster potential main event type of 3-fight scenario. I'm pleasantly entertained. I will not lie. I won't lie. I'm pleasantly entertained. I am pleasantly entertained by that effect. This is good. That's really good. This is, hey now, this ain't bad. This ain't bad at all. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm pleasantly surprised at how much fun I'm having on what was supposed to be just a 1-star fight card. Or rather, 2-star fight card in the main event. But this is great. As we're going into round 4, I mean, just let the hits keep on coming. But we still want to continue our conversation with the Errol Spence's future and Tim Tszyu's future. For Tim Tszyu, because we said Errol Spence, I would want to see him fight Charlo, because Charlo or Thurman, that would be my next fight for Spence. If we're talking about Tszyu, it's a little bit more complicated now, because he's active enough that he could still fight somebody up within the top 10, top 15. But he's not good enough to beat any of them up there, in my opinion, because he's drastically fell off. He might, again, the Charlos, the Thurmans, that's all there also. The only other name I could think of that maybe he could fight as a fight to push the envelope again, coming off of a loss in his own right, might be Boachuk. Again, when Boachuk losing to Adams, and I can't remember if he lost I think Boachuk was in back-to-back losses as well, as we're at 1:50 in round 4 of this co-main event card between Atkins and Peters. Good shot by Peters, though. Well, that was a big shot by Peters. That one might have wobbled the head of Atkins a little bit. I'm not going to lie. Atkins is on the back foot right now. It looks like he's trying to, that shot hurt him. That shot hurt him again. I think he's cut under his eye as well. Yeah, he's hurt. Atkins is hurt. Wait a minute. Oh, Atkins might be hurt for real. Is his leg, is something wrong with his leg, or is he just dazed? Good shot. Oh, he's hurt. Yeah, it's bad. Oh, wait a minute. Ref's coming in. Wait a second. Hold on now. Ref's coming in close. We might get a stoppage here. Get ready. Uppercut by Atkins. Good shot. Big sword. Ooh, another shot by Peters. Atkins tries to respond. Gets his head knocked back. The ref is coming in even closer. The ref is really letting these people fight. My gosh. Atkins just ate like 8 punches back to back and still is standing. He is hurt though. He is in dangerous territory. It's still 45 seconds left in round 4 of this fight. Good 1-2 by Peters. Good shot by Atkins trying to respond. Atkins got a bad cut under his left eye right now. It is leaking insanely. It might be on the inside or above the brow of his eye, or just below it right now. But the double jab by Peters that lands on that same cut. Another jab by Peters that lands. Another straight right. Oh, Peters gets it, knocks Atkins' head completely back. The referee just, what the world? Referee, are you not getting closer? Atkins with a good 1-2 of his own, but Peters responds again. Big hook by the likes of Atkins. Tszyu, good, he survived. What the world? How did he survive that? How did he survive that? How did Atkins survive? That is a nasty cut at the edge of Atkins. It looks like the edge of his eyebrow. It looks like the edge of his left eyebrow is severely cut at this point in time. I didn't see what punch caused that cut. I just know it's incredibly bad. And I'm telling you, but to empty the tank, you doggone right. They letting everything go right now. But I think Atkins, unlike Tejada, I don't think he's got that second wind in him. And it might be that he emptied the tank too soon. And he's in a bad state. That good gosh, man. Peters is just tagging him with some clean stuff. Atkins Act is, I think that's how you say it, is still fighting, like with heart. But good night, man. Some of the punishment I've seen people take tonight has been ridiculous. Absolutely insane. And they're letting them continue. Thankfully, they are letting them continue. But at this point in time, and I see your chats. I'm gonna read them absolutely. But let me call this round, because this round, if the fight might end in this round right now, as we're in round 5. With Atkins coming through. After this round, I'm going to read your chats on what you say with Errol Spence, because I do want to see what you all have to say. This fight just picked up way quicker than I realized from what already was an action-packed affair. Peters, again, jabbing with that lead. Punching with that power straight right hand as the lead shot in his combination. Good 1-2, or rather straight right into a hook combination for Peters. Atkins is still trying to unload with shots of his own, but he's getting caught by now the significant punch speed difference that Peters is bringing to the table. And he can't really get away, but he can't really fight out of this either, because his gas tank is wet. His gas tank is terrible right now. He is on fumes right now. Is Atkins. He is just gasping for air. You see his chest heaving and huffing. His mouth is open. His eye is cut. I think he's got some swelling under that eye as well. He's trying to throw back, but Peters might just buy his time up until the last minute and then really start unloading the clip. Good 1-2 by Peters. Another shot by Peters that pushes Atkins back. Both of them in the center of the ring. A minute 35 left in this round. How is he taking this punch? What the world? Big right hand by Atkins. Or by Peters. Another 1-2 by Peters. What is this butt made of? Good punch combination by the likes of Peters. You know what? I'm watching Peters right now. Good straight jab, or good straight right, by Peters on Atkins. Great. I can't even say great. Big swing and a miss by the likes of Atkins. Peters is just teeing away. Good combination. Straight right again. Just volleys of shots and hooks left and right by Peters on the head of Atkins. Big uppercut by Atkins. What in the world is Atkins made of? How is he withstanding this level of punishment and pain this long, with this lack of a gas tank, with how much he's pushed the envelope in this fight? Double straight right by Peters on the night. Just teeing away with no regard for human life or however much time is up. Again, 35 seconds. Peters is just throwing and giving everything he's got. How in the world is Atkins standing? It makes no sense to me. This is the second granite chin I've seen tonight. Papachi, good shot right on the chin. Did Peters land on Atkins? Buddy, what the... Brother, how is he up from this? How is he withstanding these cacophony of just punishing shots to the head? This is insane. Good night. It's only round 6. I'm not gonna lie. If I'm the corner, I might just throw in the towel, because there's no great deal. He's absorbing so much punishment. Yes, he's fighting back, but you also gotta understand, buddy. You gotta make sure you keep your fighter safe. I might just call him if I don't see something better this next round, simply because, like, your offense is completely ineffective and you are taking so much sustained punishment. The concussive shots round after round is ridiculous. But let me read you all the chats about what we wanted to see. Errol versus Canelo in Texas will be bigger than Bud versus Canelo. Now, I don't know if it'll be bigger, but I do know it would be huge if he got that opportunity out the gate. But again, it would be even bigger if we saw him look good against Tim Tszyu. I don't think that fight might be a lofty ways away, because he would have to come up to 168. Canelo's not coming down to 160. But it would be something that, if that happened in all unlikely nature, yeah, that would be insane. That would be insane. Let me see. Canelo has problems to worry about, has Billy problems to worry about. Yes, he does. He does at this point in time. He does, absolutely, without question. He's got Billy problems more than anything. He got to worry about with this fight coming up with him. And is it September or October? I think it's Halloween that they're gonna be fighting. If I saw the latest schedule, but I'll fact check it to make sure. But we're in round, what is this, round 6, round 7 in this fight right now between Atkins and Peters. I'm going to tell you something while we've got this fight going on. I think Peters has been studying a little bit of David Benavidez. Look at the way that he's standing. Look at the way that he's throwing combinations. Look at the way that he's doubling up his lead hand. Look at the way that he's throwing that power hand as a lead jab, essentially. And look at the way that he's getting, when he gets in close quarters, fighting on the inside. There is even the shorts. This brother's got a lot of David Benavidez influence in him. If you watch him in this fight, even look at the type of guards he's using. Cross guard, high guard, trying to parry shots away while he's on the inside. Even right now, like that type of hook that he just threw on the body of Atkins. But there's a lot of Benavidez influence in the game of Peters at this point in time. I'm telling you, it's there, straight right by Peters. It's been all Peters' night, and he's just been able to do whatever he wants. But the way that he's doing it, like I'm seeing shades of what Benavidez does in the ring when he's walking forward trying to go and bludgeon his opponent. Uppercut by the likes of Peters that misses. Atkins is still trying to make this fight turn around in his favor, but it is to no avail. 59 seconds left into round 6 right now. Good three-punch combination by Atkins. Good hook. Good, another three-punch combination. This time ending with the opposite hand that he ended with the first one. Double uppercut into a hook into an uppercut by Peters. What the world? Cross guard, Philly shell combination defense as he gets on the inside, smashes Atkins with a straight right hand, lands a combination on the inside, again does Peters. I'm not crazy. There's a lot of Benavidez influence that I'm seeing from the likes of Peters right now. I know I'm not seeing things. I know I'm not. Like this. I'm not crazy. I know I'm not crazy looking at this. Another hook by the likes of Peters. Straight right by Peters. Straight right into a power hook. Switching stances even sometimes. A big shot. Oh, big shot by Peters on Atkins. Another big shot by Peters. Yeah, this is just his night. This is his night. He's now gained full control. I don't think Atkins has anything left to really be able to turn this fight around, but he's still putting up a valiant effort. But I'm telling you, we're seeing Peters fight very similarly to what we saw with David Benavidez. I know I'm not crazy watching this. It is there. The influence is there. I give it to you. It's there. Let me see. True, but how many title defenders at 168 you think Canelo has to get past, if it gets past, in Billy? I mean, the way he's talking, he can fight a couple of times if he wins the title. Because he's still saying, I'm well and good. My body still feels great. And I know what I did wrong against Terrence Crawford. That's not going to be a problem no more. It could be, though. Canelo could be around for a whole lot longer. Because at 36, he's still able to fight at such an insanely high level rate. He might feel like, yeah, if I get the title, I'm reigning around here for a long time. For legit. Because he could put up, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he has potentially upwards of 85 to maybe 90 fights as a whole if he really wants to push it in his career. Because of how much he loves the sport. As again, we're in round 7 right now. But probably, if he won the title, I could realistically see 5 to 6. If he fought 2 times a year and he fought to at least 38 years old? 38, 39 years old, same age as Terrence Crawford. Yeah, I could see 6 title defenses. 5. If he won all those fights. But I could see as a whole that many fights happening for the likes of Canelo. Thank you. Thank you. They stopped the fight. Thank goodness they stopped the fight. Thank goodness. This was the right decision. The fight ended. Atkins got stopped. Chin did it again. His chin held up incredibly well. I don't know how. His cut man worked as many wonders as he could. But yeah, the punishment, it was just too consistent, too egregious. And he got the heart. And he was not going to quit. But dang it, he was just going to get beat up. And we want him to be able to fight another day. And Peters, credit to him, but he showed out offensively. We see where he gets his style from. It's David Benavidez. Without question, it's David Benavidez. He gets his style from in middleweight, and he is definitely moving like it. I'm not saying he's just like that. I'm just saying, man, that I might just keep up with Peters. Good gosh, that straight right was vicious for the likes of Peters, and that's the one that ended it. Yeah, this fight, I'm surprised this fight didn't get stopped way sooner. I'm really shocked this fight didn't get stopped way sooner. Because what I've seen him get caught with before. Now, wait a minute. Wait a second. Wait a minute. You stopped the fight on that exchange? Okay, see, the fight should have been stopped, yes. But it should not have been stopped on that exchange that it did get stopped in. I'll be with Atkins there. One punch in that exchange did land, but the rest of them kind of grazed him. Oh, okay, never mind. Towel got thrown in. Okay, so the towel got thrown in instead of the exchange. Either way, I understand. Fight got stopped, should be good. I'm fine with that. Atkins got a chin. You're absolutely right. He does have a chin. I'm so shocked that fight wasn't stopped sooner in about round 5 or 4 when he looked like he was about to be put on Dream Street and he couldn't defend nothing, even though he was fighting back. But credit to him regardless. Let me see. Canelo said he has 5 or 4 fights left, depending on the quality of his opponent's selection at this point, whether or not he gets beaten, in my opinion. Yeah, that's true. I think even if he gets beat, he probably has. Even if he gets beat, he probably has 4 fights left. Even if he loses, he probably has 4 guaranteed. If he wins, I can see 6. If he's a champion, I can see 6 and more. If he never loses the belt and goes undefeated that entire time, I can see that. Because if he performs and starts dominating, he might just be like, I can keep going. Like LeBron. I still got some stuff in me. I got one more in me. I can keep on going. Like with Vince Carter. I'm like an Energizer bunch. I just keep going and going. If he wins and looks dominant after his elbow surgery, after what we assume would be a revamping of his style, yeah, he could be around for a lot longer than we thought. Around a whole lot longer than we thought. But let me keep on reading your thoughts and opinions. I want to see Peters against Mosley Jr. Oh, yeah, Mosley Jr. Now, Ben Whitaker is at light heavyweight. I don't think Peters is good enough to go up and fight at light heavyweight to beat or even be competitive with him. But Mosley Jr. against Peters, yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm fine with that. Before I say that, let me check and make sure he's not at light heavyweight either. Mosley Jr. What weight class is he at? Okay, yeah. Mosley Jr. Mosley Jr. I would want to see him against Mosley Jr. He's not big enough, or at this point in time, good enough to go to light heavyweight. But at middleweight, yeah. And hey, this is a guy Spence could fight if he fights at 160 and wins against Tim Tszyu and says, I want to stay up here. This is the type of competition that we could see Spence fight against. Now, with all due respect to Peters, if Spence is what we think he is and good, like we've seen before, I think he could beat Peters at this stage in his career if they fought at middleweight. We'll find out after this. Again, I'm a fan of Peters. He fight. I love the way that he fights. I do. But these are the type of people that we would see Spence fight at 160 if he was there and chose to say, I'm going to stay. I hope he's good enough to be able to beat him. And if so, that spells good for even at 154, at least to me. Let me see. Ben Wicker's too big. Yeah, Ben Wicker's way too big. Way too big. I walked out. Was it a TKO or a corner stoppage? So it was a ref stoppage at first, but the corner we saw on the replay, the corner threw in the towel to get the fight stopped. So either way, TKO victory for the likes of Peters. That ended, again, phenomenal firefight, but he dominated. He dominated. Absolutely, he dominated. But I, in terms of, again, since we're off and running with Tim Tszyu and Spence, we're really at a crossroads right now. Because the same thing that we're saying about Errol Spence at 160, we got to say for Tim Tszyu also. There's a real opportunity that Tim Tszyu may just say, I need to go and move up. Because around here, I may not be able to compete. There's a real world. And again, I'm saying this because the competition is bigger, but the skill set is way better down at 154 rather than at 168 across the board. And if they fight and feel good at 160, it could be a situation where it's like, hey, I want to continue my career, but around here, I'm not good enough at this stage to be able to fight these guys. But up here, I am good enough and feel better against these bigger guys. Maybe. Again, it's a possibility. I'm not saying it's likely. I'm just saying it's a possibility. We've seen some fighters do that before. You lose, you're too big, or you lose, you ain't getting stuff done, so much talent up, I'm going to go somewhere else and try to win and dominate there. We've seen it, and this could be the same thing for Tim Tszyu. All they're going to do is run into Fundora. I don't see Fundora sticking around 154 too long. Now, see, that's where we're different. Fundora, seemingly, with all that frame, just has not gotten bigger in making weight. I don't know how. This man is 6'5.5", almost as tall as Anthony Joshua, only by half an inch. Has a longer reach, I think, than AJ. At, was it 83 inches, just about? I think Fundora's is 80. So 3-inch difference, but still. The wingspan of just about a Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, with the height of a heavyweight at 154, it sounds preposterous. Yet, he has never struggled to make weight. There has never been a time I've seen Fundora fight where he's looked weight drained or looked frustrated and, ooh, I'm bad off. I don't think he's going to ever have any issue making 154. He could be here for a long time because I have yet to see him struggle being here when I thought he should have already been up at 168, if I'm going to be completely honest. And wherever Shiraz is at, you should be right there with him because you're literally bigger than him. But he hasn't struggled, so I don't think it'll be a problem. I don't think it'll be an issue. It might not ever be an issue. And it might just be until I feel like, okay, I want a new challenge. I might just feel good to stay down here. I might just, let me see. Yeah, he fights one time a year Probably takes him a year to make weight. Yeah, that also could take into account. But right now, that process has been working. It might be only one time a year, but every time we've seen him come in, if that one time a year, whenever it takes place, it is always, I look full, flushed out, healthy, and ready to go. And then when I get into the ring, I look even bulkier, even bigger, and even better. This fight with Keith Thurman was literally, and this is not just because of the height disparity, or this is not because of the height difference between the two. This fight with Keith Thurman that Fundora had was legit the biggest I've ever seen Fundora in the ring, muscle-wise. It's legit the biggest I've ever seen him. And if he's just fighting one time a year and can make it comfortably, he might just abuse this cheat code of physical biology as many times as he can. The only time I would say he would move up from 154 would be after he fights Boots Ennis. That's the only way I see it. The only time I would even feasibly see Fundora want to move up to 130, want to move up to 160 or above would be after this cycle of Boots, Ortiz, and Fundora finishes. When this story ends and somebody gets done here as the reigning champ and Fundora faces both Boots and Ortiz, then I'll be confident, okay, he might move up after that. But until that fight, I most likely don't see him wanting to move up because I ain't got no reason to. I can dominate down here. I can still make the weight, even if it's only fighting one time a year. And I feel good doing it. I've had no complaints since then. So why change? But when those fights do happen, now, okay, I've done all I can do down here. Now it's time to go. Let's see what I can do up there. And we transition. That's what I would think would happen. Let me see. Who you got, Spence or Tszyu, knowing no one is tested for PEDs? If it's, and it's going to sound so bad, if it's no PEDs and Spence is on something, it might be Spence. Because we're saying that Spence needs something to get him back to form. And if he did have PEDs, but he'd be back to form. And a back to form Spence beats any version, even a PED version of Tim Tszyu. So if it was PEDs and PEDs with each of them having them, yeah, I'm taking Errol Spence. Because Spence would have picked me up by Boots. That's a scary sight to see. That's a scary sight to see. Tim Tszyu on PEDs can't even match that. Off PEDs, again, barring nobody has anything, I'm still taking, crazy enough, Errol Spence. And every time I do this, I know I'm potentially shooting myself in the foot. But it's I'm scared to say it. Because I know every time I pick the expectation to be why somebody's going to win, they lose or they nearly lose. But I'm going to go with it. I'm going to be of the belief that the weight outside of the ring helped Errol Spence to be fully recovered. And when he does come back, there may be ring rust of the execution. But in terms of the ability, it's still there. And that isn't completely rusted away. And if that's the case, I think he can win. If his body's able to fully take time to be away from all the damage, all of the rigorous training, have a chance from all the stuff that he's experienced in lieu before that Crawford fight to really sit down, I think it's going to do him some good. And I think because of that, he'll be able to win. I truly do. I truly do. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm going to be sad. I'm going to be so sad. I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna be distraught if we see Errol Spence lose tonight. And in fact, I put out a poll right now for you all to be able to vote on and listen to discuss exactly what you see and what you think is going to happen as time goes on the show. But put your votes in the chat for who you think is going to win. But when we are talking about the likes of Errol Spence, actually, no, yeah, we can do it. When we're talking about the likes of Errol Spence and Tim Tszyu, I just don't know if I should not. I'm trying to make sure I got my words together. I know what to say now. Here we go. I know what to say. I don't want to pick against Errol Spence. And I'm going to choose to believe that Errol Spence will be able to be at least 60% of what we had seen in the past. Because if he's that, he's good enough to beat Tim Tszyu. I strongly believe. Also, is that a beard? Is that, wait, hold on. Did Tim Tszyu grow a beard? What is it? Did he? What? Wait. Hold on. I'm not crazy, right? Did Tim Tszyu grow a beard? Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm not. Wait. Hold on. Hold on a second. Oh. I thought. I'm so okay. Oh, that's not Tim Tszyu. Oh, I thought this was the main event. Brother, okay, look, hey, don't blame me. I saw the extravagant entrance. I saw the incredible entourage. I saw the cultural dancing, the face paint and all that stuff. This brother coming up from the ashes. I thought that was Tim Tszyu coming out. I was so sure. I'm telling you, I was so sure that was Tim Tszyu walking out because, like, oh, it's his card, it's his event, and he's doing the big old grandiose thing. I was so confused because it just showed him backstage, and I was like, okay, he's coming out, and then I see him with a beard, and I'm like, wait, is that a prop? Is that a costume? Or did this buddy just have the testosterone of 1,000 elephants and just willed his way into growing a beard bigger than Boots Ennis? 5 minutes before the fight, I was about to say. I was so lost. I was so lost. Okay, it's Paul Fleming versus the moderator. Okay, my apologies. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for letting me know. I thought I was losing my mind, and I thought this was a Black Mirror or Backrooms type of fight night because I did not know what the world was going on for a second. I was so confused. But let me see. He looks like Balder Thor's brother from God of Yes. He looks like Balder from God of War. I'm talking about tattoos, the haircut, the long beard, all of it. It looks like Balder. He looks exactly like Balder when you fight him in that boss fight. Again, what phenomenal boss fight in that game. But yeah, I'm sorry, that shook me up. But that's like something out of the Twilight Zone. I legit thought that was Tim Tszyu, and I was so confused as to why this man had a full-blown Australian bush under his chin. When I saw this, I knew I saw this but a clean shaven. 30 seconds before what I assumed was him walking out. That's on me. That's on me. My apologies. That's a mulligan. Since this is the co-main, we still got time to talk. We still got time to talk and call the fights. While this is going on, I do want to ask this question. Again, we still want to hear your votes in the chat. Who you think is going to win tonight? Errol Spence or Tim Tszyu? Cast your votes to see what happens. We want to hear from you in all respects of potential thought processes. As we're going through this, though, there's another question in regards to this whole thing with Errol Spence and Tim Tszyu. And that is, when it comes to Tim Tszyu, or rather, when it comes to Errol Spence, has he fixed the issues that got him beat up when he fought Terrence Crawford? And remember, what I said in that breakdown over 3 years ago was the idea that Terrence Crawford would take Boots's, or Terrence Crawford would take, what was I going to say? Terrence Crawford would take Errol Spence's biggest opportunity and strength, which was that left straight, and turn it into a weakness and make it so that he counters it all night long. And that's what happened. He took away that left straight, took away the entirety of that left hand, and it made Spence useless. And that's what led to one of the biggest one-sided beatdowns we've ever seen in boxing history. Since that defeat, has he gone back, studied, and fixed the issues of overcommitting with that left? Because, see, we can say what we want about Tim Tszyu being flat-footed. He's got enough hand speed that he's one of the fastest punchers in this division at 154, without a question. He's got enough hand speed that if he did take a chance to try to beat the likes of Errol Spence, I'm not saying it would be guaranteed that he would land, but he's guaranteed that he can land at least something if he tries to go and counter the overcommitting left hand that we've seen Errol Spence have. If we see Errol Spence continue to lunge and fall victim to being not just over aggressive, what the world is this brother doing? What is he doing? Who is this man? But he's acting like Boulder, like actively in this fight. This is so strange. This is so strange. As we're starting to fight right now, this is so strange. Fleming versus Redder. This is going to be a very interesting fight, I'm not going to lie. But again, Spence, the overcommitting with the, oh gosh, big shot by the likes of Redder. And again, yeah, okay. Whoever, hey, look, Super Saiyan, you said he's like Boulder. You hit the nail right on the head. This brother's acting exactly like him. This cat got caught with a straight flush shot and all of a sudden starts taunting in the ring like, oh, bring it on. Yeah, this brother, yeah, he's Boulder. He's actually Boulder inside the ring. Ridiculous. But I digress. Spence, that weakness is now a weakness that people know I can try to take advantage of. When it was seen as it's too risky to counter Errol Spence. Generally, that was the biggest going sentiment for Errol Spence. It's too risky to counter him because of the amount of damage, danger, and openings you give him for the body snatcher to come through and take away the soul of your stamina and the soul of your psyche. So people would never even want to try to go and counter that shot. They would simply try to get out the way or try to defend it or trade with it, but not outright try to beat it to the punch. This is what Terrence Crawford exposed as a problem in Spence's game. If that isn't fixed, and Tim Tszyu is also able to capitalize on that, we could see Errol Spence again in the same state or a similar state because of the off-balance position and the inopportune scenarios Spence puts himself in when he goes and tries to really land that straight to the body or to the head. And if that's not fixed, it can be a major trouble. Major danger. Major danger. With Tim Tszyu, we know how to beat him. Back him up. Back him up. Back him up or make him bleed and make him second guess his ability. Or just straight up hurt him. because he's not good. Again, we're dealing with I'm in trouble and this is a firefight and I'm getting caught. I'll fight through it, but I am not in the same composed and disciplined fashion to go and do that destruction. I just think with 30 seconds left in round one, and Retta is really doing a good job of being able to push Fleming not just to the ropes, but keep him there with some solid punching. Good shots by Fleming. Fleming, why are you backing up? Fleming, why are you putting yourself to the ropes? Fleming, what are you doing? I see he's fighting so strange. It's so weird. He's hugging the referee. He's taunting, walking back. But yeah, this is without a doubt Boulder, without question. This is such a strange fighter. It's such a strange fighter. He has a lot of different things trying to get under your skin. Ooh, it's so weird. Good gosh, we got bots. What's with all these bots coming in, trying to invade our stream? Wait a minute. Hold on. Get these people out of here, please. But we know how to stop Spence. We do. We know how to end Spence. We do. Or we know how to stop Tszyu. It's can Tszyu do what stopped Errol Spence? And if he can't do that, it might be with the background, the better skill set, the smarter IQ, and better pressure fighter that Spence is, he could be just fine. He absolutely could be just fine. And you're going to get the win. Let me see. No, if I would have Spence salsa dancing, I would say, okay, he fixed his movement issue. His rhythm seems the same. I don't think his rhythm is ever going to change in terms of Errol Spence. I don't think that'll ever change. As we're in round two of this fight right now, I don't think his rhythm as a fighter will ever change. I think that's one of the old traits about him. That's too ingrained in him. He knows what pace he likes to fight and how he likes to fight. There's certain beats in the fight he's going to hit because that's him. And every fighter has their own cadence. And yet, I don't think that should or will shift. And I don't think I would want it to. Because how much does rhythm dictate Spence's ability to work? It dictates it a lot. When Spence gets in a groove, that's when we know, oh my gosh, but he's feeling it. He's rolling. He's rumbling down the ring. He's going for broke. He's attacking the body. He's hurting him with every punch. Left hook, uppercut, overhand right, trading with you in the pocket, being able to keep you on the ropes, breaking you down through your guard. He's got all that. He's doing it. He's on a momentous run. And that rhythm is picking up, but it's the rhythm that we've seen before. I don't think I want to see him fight in a different rhythm because I don't think it won't work against Tim Tszyu. I'm just talking about the overcommitting to shots. That's what I don't want to see. Especially when somebody is so much of a dangerous puncher, as Tim Tszyu. But if he fixed his ability to be quicker moving, again, not change the rhythm, but change the speed of the rhythm, that'd be great. That'd be good. That'll be okay. But I don't think that moment. I don't think that his. Well, hold on. Let me backtrack. Let me think. As we're calling this fight 30 seconds left in round two. Let me think. But what if C. Smith starts dancing? I'm gonna be okay. It's okay. He fixed his movement rhythm. His rhythm seems. Yeah. I stand by what I say. I don't think Spence's movement was ever the problem for Errol Spence. And if we always think about it, him changing his movement would change his entire offensive makeup. It would. he gains his power from being grounded. We call it, I'm not saying, he's a flat-footed fighter at his core. That's not a negative thing. But in the style at which he wants to dish out offense, he needs to be flat-footed. He couldn't be as destructive or demoralizing if he was on his toes, bouncing left and right, or salsa dancing in his room. Now, if he was salsa dancing in the locker room, that would also be bad, because that shows, maybe this buddy maybe feels a little bit too comfortable in a fight that we need to see him be up and out. And right now we're watching, we got a chance to see his movement right now with Ronnie Shields working on the pads. Again, going through the motions. He's not going 100% with speed and all that stuff. Going through the paces. So don't expect this to be, he's going to be that slow going into the ring. Just know that when we're looking at Errol Spence, at his core, he gets his power from literally 10 toes down. He gets his body work from the legs up. And that requires him to be able to be grounded in everything that he throws. And he's always had good technique. Changing that would change the fundamental ability for for Spence to be Spence. And at this point in time, do we really want to see him try to reinvent the wheel of what he is as a fighter, knowing that he potentially has lost so much already physically? And now you're trying to add something completely new. Again, the last time we saw that was Joe Joyce. And look at what happened to him. Look at what happened to him when he tried to add defense to his game. It didn't work. Now, again, it's also because he was just incapable of being defensive. But at the same breath, he went too far in another direction, and we saw what happened. Oh, gosh, it's bad. Danger everywhere. Concern everywhere. Also, big hooks by the likes of Retta on Fleming. Fleming is a decently slick fighter, I'm not going to lie. Getting out the way of the shots, he's making himself incredibly hard to hit. Hopefully, Retta doesn't get frustrated trying to track this brother down. Hopefully. But again, Fleming likes to get under your skin, so we'll see what happens. But again, on Spence specifically, Spence just needs to be able to have what he used to. Even if it's not 100%. I wouldn't go away from the norm. I would hope Ronnie Shields is able to come in and refine what the issues were from why he got beat in his last fight. Because even though it's 3 years removed, it still is not just a useful style, but also the problems can still be rectified in what that style was. But let me see. Rhythm is a part of timing. Once you have your rhythm down, you can get timed every time. Yeah, well, rhythm is a part of timing. Once they have your rhythm down, you can get timed. You can. Absolutely. But there's another side to that equation. Everybody can get their rhythm in sync. There's no fighter that's ever existed that their rhythm, it was not possible to get inside their rhythm. Georgie Joe Walcott has some of the most unique framework of rhythm at light heavyweight and heavyweight that we had seen in boxing history. He would literally walk one way and then stop, fake walk another way, walk that way again, take 2 steps, almost do a hesitation, and then move forward. Walk, moving side to side like he's break dancing in the 80s. I kid you not, go watch him. One of the most insane levels of movement I've ever seen. But that's what he did. And his rhythm was so hard to get to. But it didn't mean that it was impossible. Nobody's rhythm can ever not be synced up by somebody else. It's possible. It's just incredibly difficult. The biggest thing about rhythm is what does it allow you to do? When you're in your rhythm, you also know how to stop what can stop your rhythm. That's even if somebody gets in sync, because you're in a flow, you know what you need to do to make it so that if somebody still gets in here, I'm still just fine. Because even though you are able to time my dance, when you do what you do, you're still in my rhythm. You're still in my domain. Jujutsu Kaisen. You're still in my domain, even if you're able to sync up with it. Not saying that's one-to-one how the show works, but just for frame of reference. It's still my world to control, even if you're able to get inside and abide in it. Because I'm still at home. That's what I mean when I say the rhythm, it's not necessarily bad if it's still the same. The issue is refining how to operate in your own rhythm so that what got you caught last time, you now know when you do what you do, you won't get caught again, or at least not in the same way, because now you're adept at taking away that focal point of danger. Because two people can still be in a dance, but one person still has the lead. And it's tough to take the lead from a dance partner that is in control. It's not impossible, but it is tough. It is tough. Let me see. Trying to make sure I catch everybody. Let me see. If you watch Bud, he changed his rhythm all through the fight. Bud changing his rhythm was what frustrated Canelo, if you remember. Now that is true. That is true. That is true. He changed what he did. He changed his rhythm. He would box Canelo. He would circle from the outside, take away the left hook, and then also he would go through. And then all of a sudden, I'm in the center with you. I'm not moving around no more. Now it's pop, 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 pop. I'm sitting down on my shots. I'm gonna go on the inside and be able to be more demonstrative. Plant my feet and get ready to bang. And now up, I'm moving back out. Uh-oh. Now you're ready to fight. And now when you pull, I push. And when you push, I pull. Contract and retract, and then give you some slack whenever you're going through. That's how you change it up. Never let it get comfortable. Absolutely. Timothy Bradley talked about that with Terrence Crawford. But also, you also got to understand, every fighter doesn't have this complete amount of different rhythms they can access. Everybody doesn't have that. Like Ali could change his rhythm on a dime. Sugar Ray could do it. James Toney, Bernard Hopkins could do it. There's been plenty of fighters that can do it. Absolutely. Or excuse me, not plenty. There's a lot of elite fighters that can do it. But the fact that they were able to is what made them in part also elite. Everybody may not have that skill set, or rather that ability to change their rhythm on the fly. Joe Frazier's rhythm was one way. Now, it was still some of the most unique offensive and defensive combined rhythms with the way he would always be bobbing and moving his head. And even Ali could not just outright track him when he was in his prime. It's insane. But that was still one rhythm. George Foreman, one rhythm. Errol Spence, for the majority of his career, one rhythm. But it wasn't bad. Just like I said with Isaac Cruz, you fighting as a one-dimensional fighter doesn't necessarily mean you're a bad fighter. You just know what you're good at and you refine that to a T. Now, you also need to refine how to make sure you don't get put in a situation where you can't use that one skill set, but you know how to do it. Deontay Wilder was a one-dimensional fighter, a one-rhythm fighter, and one-dimensional. He was both one rhythm and one-dimensional, yet it didn't matter because he refined that one dimension and one rhythm up until he faced up against somebody that was, okay, I can go and take you out. And then, now everything starts falling apart, but in his prime, I know what I need to do. I know what I got to do. I know what I can do, so I'm going to do it. There's no need to change for what is working. That's what I'm saying with Errol Spence. The only person that had stopped that rhythm was Crawford. That's it. It would be too far of a change to go and do something different when you've only lost to one person. Even if that person beat you to kingdom come, it still was one person. And nobody else is like Terrence Crawford. At 154, at 160, at 168, at 147, nobody is like Terrence Crawford. So to think that they can do the same thing with your rhythm as him, most likely that ain't the case. Most likely that ain't the case. Because if they could, they would be better fighters. If they could, they'd be better fighters. But they can't. Because they're not him. But let me keep on reading your chats and responses so I can make sure I keep on getting you all in chat. TW, what's going on? How you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the live stream. Drug cheat. What? Ain't nobody cheated right now. We don't know who's cheated. Tim Tszyu or Errol Spence could be popping dirty for drugs at this point in time because there's no PED test. But at this point in time, there's no indication that anybody has done anything egregious. After this fight, we'll probably find out if something took place. But as of right now, everything else is still peachy keen in the eyes of the boxing public. Honestly, that's when C fighters pick up the pace, switch from southpaw to orthodox. And sometimes we do. We do. Now, is Tim Tszyu going to do that? Most likely not. I would be surprised if Tim Tszyu started switching stances in this fight. I'd be shocked. I think everybody would. It would be preposterous if we saw that take place. Because what the world? What are you doing? What are you trying to prove? And right now what you're trying to prove is a bunch of mess if you try to go and take that route as your means of success in this fight. I would be drastically upset if you went and took that route in this fight. Because it would be insane. I don't think, I would hope we don't see him switch stances. I don't know if I've ever seen him fight southpaw. I don't think I ever want to see him fight southpaw. The last southpaw that he fought, I believe, was Bakwa. And we saw how that ended when he fought him. He got beat. He got beat bad. When he fought Bakwa, who was the last southpaw that he faced off against, he got beat incredibly bad. Incredibly bad. Without question. Oh, it was ridiculous. Ludicrous even. How he got beat by Bakwa. And Errol Spence being a southpaw is more than well equipped to give him the same level of potential dangerous work. Not saying it's guaranteed, but I'm saying it is in the equation of possibility. Also, I have not even been calling this fight like I'm supposed to. We're in round 5. Shoot, I'm so sorry. I got so enthralled with the conversation. We're in round 5. We are in round 5 with everything that we got going on this stream and on this show. We were still wanting from you in all regards of boxing and beyond. Your chats, your responses. As we're calling this fight right now between Fleming and Retta. Fleming has been taunting the entirety of this fight, completely trying to get into Retta's head. Retta pressing the issue on Fleming in round 6 with 2 minutes 21 seconds left. Uppercut by Retta on the guard of Fleming. Now trying to posture in his own mind, doing a little bit of get back, trying to get under the head of Fleming now as he looks to start to take real control if he can get his power to really be substantial. Overhands and uppercuts on the head of Fleming. Big swing and miss by Fleming on Retta. 1-2 by the likes of Retta on the head. Another short hook by Retta. Got him on. He's starting to bait out Fleming's punches to potentially set up some shots of his own. Fleming's trying to be really slick and land some counter opportunities while making Retta miss, but he just can't get any clean punches landed at this point in time. But while I'm still reading your chats, I would have Errol Spence fight like Marvin Hagler. Study Marvin. Now, see, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. Marvin Hagler as a switch hitter. With him, again, not being the fastest man, but being always able to put his opponents in danger, knowing which hand to lead with at all times. Having a leaping, almost gazelle jab to go and close the gap on top of that with his strength and chin. Yeah, it would have been phenomenal. It would have been incredible. But he's not a switch hitter. I don't think he's too ingrained to have that added to his game and it be effective at this stage. If he had started that out early and he had done what Terrence Crawford did, being able to fight in both orthodox and southpaw, it would have fit Spence immensely well with his walk 'em down type of style. I would have loved that. As again, with 30 seconds left in the round 6 of this very, I would say, confusing fight that we see between these two opponents in terms of Redditt and Fleming. Honestly, I do not know who's winning this fight. I'm not going to lie. I do not know who's winning this fight. I cannot call it as to who exactly is up right now because it's been such an awkward affair. Also, I've been kind of talking. Haven't really been able to pay attention as much as I would like to. But now Redditt's starting to unload the gas tank as we're going into round 7. I think we're going into round 7. I think we're going into round 7 of this fight. But yeah, no, Marvin Hagler's style would be phenomenal. It would be incredible to see. It would be incredible to witness. It would be hype. It would be so much fun. And it would make it life easier for him to be destructive. But if he was to learn that, he needed to learn that while he was coming up. To add that now, unless he's been training for 3 years, studying Hagler all this time, yeah, we got something. I'm cool with it. But the only time he's been in a serious training camp was when he signed up for this fight. He's been away from boxing as a whole all 3 years, just about. And so I don't think if he could have trained like that, love it. I don't believe he has. So I don't think he can. But if he did, you're right. It would have been a match made in heaven. That type of style with his type of game plan. Oh, it would have been perfect. I would have loved it. As we're in round 7 right now for this fight. And yeah, I still don't know who's winning this. I still don't know who's winning this. But again, we're still calling the action and still talking about the main event. But even with Spence not having that type of switch hitting style, he still has the kryptonite to beat the likes of Tim Tszyu because he's a southpaw. He still has that kryptonite to go and take him out. His lead hand is directly responsible for setting up that left straight and left hook to the body. That lead hand also has been a phenomenal tool to land shots downstairs to make people wince in pain. That right hook downstairs is a lethal weapon to get under the guard quick and in a hurry of any opponent, as well as to be able to throw out some uppercuts. And against the likes of Tim Tszyu, what's the thing that caught him the most in the fight with Backwell? Wasn't the uppercut. Showing up wasn't the jab. It was the left hook. The left hook is the thing that killed Tim Tszyu in the ring against Backwell. The left straight is also what killed him against Fundora, because I believe Fundora is a southpaw. I believe. Let me fact check that. I believe, though, Fundora is a southpaw. And if I am right on that, let me see. Sebastian Fundora. Yeah, he's a southpaw. The biggest losses of his career, all of it from people that fight opposite of his hand. And every time he's gotten caught with the same thing, that power hand. He doesn't have he does not have a good defense for that. He doesn't. He does not have a good defense for that. And he's yet to have developed any good defense for that even now, after facing off against it multiple times. And we're against somebody who's one of the best southpaws in the world when he was on top. He's got a style built to beat Tim Tszyu. The execution is one thing, but the blueprint is there. And Errol Spence, he's got the blueprint in droves because he's been and was going to be that type of guy who would have been able to take him out. Let me see. They say Errol was switching in the amateurs. Now, I had not heard that before. I hadn't heard that before, that he was switching stances multiple times in the amateurs. This is my first time hearing of that as a means of what he was like growing up. But clearly, if he was, whoever was training him stopped. And if it was Derrick James that entire time, to where we know what Derrick James has started to pull out in framework of making fighters better of recent years, has been a big fat zero. And maybe if he had had a different coach, maybe he would have kept on fighting, switch hitting, orthodox and southpaw. We're finding both sides, literally, of his game. Maybe, but he didn't. He hunkered down on what he knew best. I'm not mad at that. I'm just saying that is, for this fight, an advantage. Because he doesn't need to fight an orthodox to fight Tim Tszyu. He doesn't. He doesn't need to fight an orthodox to knock out Tim Tszyu. Spence's left hook is the thing that's going to knock out Tim Tszyu if we get that knockout. And it's all because it's coming from a stance that Tim Tszyu always has opening for around this guard. And once he gets hurt, well, you're dealing with one of the best finishers in the game. If he can get him to that state, and he can take him out. He can take him out. He can do it. He can absolutely do it. After again, we're still calling the action. It's round 8. 2 minutes, 26 seconds left in this round. We are 2 rounds away from the main event of the night in Errol Spence Jr. versus Tim Tszyu. We still appreciate all of you tuning in. We still appreciate everybody joining in on our live. We hope that you're enjoying and having a phenomenal time. And we still want to hear your chats and responses. Good straight right by Retta on Fleming. Retta has thrown, good night, 500 punches to 260, landing over 157. It's been a wash. Shoot. I take it back. I don't know why I said. Yeah, I take it back. I don't know why I said that the likes of Retta was potentially in a close fight. Yeah, this is one side of the fair. All that talk about Fleming ain't been nothing but a hill of beans at this point in time. And Reddy's just doing whatever he wants right now against what was supposed to be an elusive fighter. And now he's turning into a sitting duck on the ropes. With a minute 13 left in round 8 right now. Good shot by Reddy. Another good shot by Reddy. I think, good shot. Good hook by Reddy. And a jab in response as Fleming is still sitting on the ropes. Another good hook by Retta on Fleming. Fleming, you better stop posturing or else you're going to get caught with a big shot that's going to dislocate that jaw if you keep on talking. I know that's what's going to happen if you don't play your cards right. Good hook to the body and uppercut to him straight to the head by Retta. Yeah, Retta's just dominating. He's just dominating. He is just dominating this fight right now. And Fleming really doesn't have an answer at all for what Red is doing. Not at all. Not one answer at all. As we're 20 seconds left into round 9 of this fight. Round 8. Round 8 of this fight. After this, it's going to be Errol Spence versus Tim Tszyu in the main event. I was getting ready to end the round. Which is right, where's it going to happen? There it is. Right now. And I'm not going to, after this fight, I'm going to go get me some water. After this fight, I'm going to definitely get me some water. I'm going to definitely get me something to drink. And I'm going to definitely get myself. The world? Did I cut my hair? Wait a minute. Hold on. Did this mic catch me? I think the mic caught my knuckle. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is actually horrible. You know what? We'll tough it out. We'll be fine. I'll be okay. If they can bleed, I can bleed. I'll be completely fine. We'll fight through the pain. We'll fight. I just noticed that on my hand. Good gosh. Dang. Let me see. We don't know if Errol still has the power, but said that he didn't have any power. Yeah, no. Bud said he didn't have any power. And Bud said, I think, what was it? I think he said was it Calavasquez had more power than him when he fought him? And the power of Errol Spence, that is a big time question. That's a huge question. That's a huge question in this division. I'm not going to lie. The power of Errol Spence, that's going to be a huge question for this fight because of the higher weight. Now, granted, Errol Spence also said I needed to move up to be better. We're going to find out whether at 160, all that talk of I need to be bigger to be able to be what I need to be is real. Because everybody else has said Spence has some real crack. Most other opponents that have fought against him said that he hits pretty hard. I think the direct quote from Terrence Crawford was he did not hit nearly as hard as I thought he would. When he landed a flush hook around my guard. And when it landed, it went boom. And I said, oh, that's it? Oh, we about to work. That's what he said, I think, on Charlemagne, or on Charlemagne the God show, the morning podcast show, right after he had won the title and beaten Errol Spence. So I think it was that he was shocked that it wasn't what everybody else said that it was. But everybody said it was something. Crawford was just underwhelmed. But it was because of the notion that everybody that fought him had came out that fight with broken over the bones, broken faces, ribs busted up, bruises everywhere, and just sore days after. Their words, not mine. So I think, again, Crawford, it's hard to use Crawford as a means of bar for what we can expect Tszyu to do. Strictly because he is such a high bar separated from the rest of the world. That stuff that is mundane to him, for the normal caliber of even elite fighter, it's dangerous for everybody else. Like, I can hold fire in my hands without burning. You can't do that. No matter how good you are, you can't do that. Cause you're just not him. I can go through, I can, this tree ain't that heavy. I can move it easily. Well, you're not this buddy that can deadlift 600 pounds. Even to the strongest man in a camp, that would still be ridiculous. I'm going to move a whole tree one other direction. What are you, the Hulk? But again, it's easy for him. There's certain rules that just don't apply to certain people. Crawford's one of them. And so the idea that his power might not translate, even though Crawford said it didn't hurt him, it could be that it is hurting everybody else. And it was hurting everybody else. So I don't know if we can say, oh, yeah, it's not going to work up there. I think it will. I think it would. Even Tim Tszyu was like, yo, this buddy, he looking pretty solid. He looking pretty big up here at 160. Surprised me standing close to neck and neck with him. Paraphrasing, but in all sense of purposes, the way he was saying it and the words that he used is kind of what he was saying. I'll even play that clip before we start the fight, but that's what happened. Also, in the last round of this fight between Rhoda and Fleming. Let me see. Rhoda pressure is too much for Fleming. Rhoda is too active. Rhoda is way too active, and all that. I don't want to say posturing, but all that movement and trying to be all, unorthodox and stuff, it ain't working for Fleming. It wasn't working for Fleming. If anything, this is the fight that Fleming should have fought the first time. This is what Fleming should have been doing the whole time. Look at that, two big shots to the body. Actually in range to be able to land some stuff. Now you are throwing the same hook. You need to start throwing the hook up top. Start throwing some uppercuts downstairs to the body to set up that hook. You keep overthrowing as the buddy keeps on rolling. Your eyes almost swollen shut. You've been getting caught with the same straight right the entire night. You should have been a lot more you know, I think flamboyant is the wrong word. But when you had better stamina, you shouldn't have been trying to move around just as much as you did. Because now, Boulder's starting to shake up a little bit. Boulder has to fight forward. Boulder's looking in a bad way. Boulder's looking bad. Hey, Boulder's looking bad right now. Boulder is looking really bad right now. And he now has to sit and trade. He's got to go and sit down. He's got to go and try to work. And his eye is in a terrible state. His eye is in a horrible state right now. He's golden to mama, brother. He is in it. He's wincing. He's wincing. Ref, you better start looking close. Ref, you better start looking close. It's about to be a situation like we saw with Williams and Pater. Ref, you better start looking closely at that eye. He can't see any punch from Reddish right hand. He can't see anything from Reddish right hand. None of the shot goes through. Reddish got Fleming on the ropes. Fleming tries to exit out. 47 seconds of round 10. Fleming's eye is completely shut. I mean completely shut. He cannot see any punch coming from the right hand of Reddish. 36 seconds left in round 10. Spence and Tszyu is directly after this fight. But Fleming is bleeding, I think, from one side of his cheek. His eye is swollen to kingdom come. He's trying to land haymaker shots because he needs a miracle shot to go and win this fight. Almost lands it there, but Reddish takes it well. 13 seconds. Fleming just had to stay up if he can, but Reddish is really going for it. I mean, my gosh, man. Look, credit to Fleming. We've been seeing some phenomenal chins tonight, but Fleming, that bullet just got destroyed. He just got destroyed. I'm telling you, good gosh. He tried valiant effort to shoot, but that was getting very concerning. I will not lie, that was getting very concerning for the likes of Fleming going forward. But now, Reddish going to win this fight. Reddish going to win probably by unanimous decision. It's going to be continuing to move on. 7-0, 6 KOs on his resume will be his new record. And now we can finally get into the next fight on the night, which is the main event in Errol Spence versus Tim Tszyu, happening on this card for the world to see, in a fight that I've been waiting to see for Lord knows how long, and it's going to be a barn burner. And hopefully we'll see Errol Spence come back and win, or we could see Tim Tszyu spoil the party and start his own resurgence into the landscape of potential comeback tours to a championship opportunity. We're going to see what the decision is, and after this decision, we're going to take a quick break so I can refill on some water, and then we're going to get back to the 4A and join back in on the show to get to the main event, which will be Errol Spence versus Tim Tszyu, which, again, put your chats in the Discord, put your predictions into the chat, and click the poll to see who's going to win between Tim Tszyu and Errol Spence Jr. Again, this is a fight. It's not a title fight, but this is the last opportunity, most likely for both of these people, to be in a title position in the very near future. Yes, the careers are on the line. There's a dire stake. There's a dire need to get these stakes in their favor, one side or the other. Because if they lose, especially for the likes of Tim Tszyu, and if they lose for Errol Spence, one of them most likely is going to be winding down their career. Specifically, Errol Spence, if he loses this fight, this could be the last fight that Errol Spence has in his career. He's already talked about having retirement thoughts. He's already talked about having one foot out the door. He's already talked about, I'm thinking about vacation already. I'm thinking about what I'm going to do next after this fight, not inside the ring, but with my family. We enjoy that. We're fine with that. We want you to enjoy your family without question. We also want you to be able to understand that if you are already thinking about life after boxing, after you just came back into boxing, we got some concerning thoughts that maybe you're not equipped to be what you need to be for this night and for these potential second act in your career. The damage to Terrence Crawford and the car crashes that everybody's brought up is still something that lingers in the hearts and minds of fans all across the globe. We want to see how you've recovered. We want to see what you've lost and if you've gained anything new. If you're just baseline who we remember, that would be the biggest inkling of sigh of relief for many people around the globe. But if not, we need to see what changes you've made to you, your style, and your game plan as a fighter. Or if you're going to stay the same and go out like the Spence that we knew, on your shield, with no quit, looking to go, and by any means necessary, making this fight turn in your favor with bludgeoning power and brute force. Can we see that happen? Can we see the Errol Spence of old get back to not just the top of the mountain, but get back into the loving embraces of the boxing public as one of the most beloved stars in this sport makes one potential last return to this ring to start the second half of his tour in the world of boxing? Will it be at 154? Will it be at 160? We don't know. We'll find out. And if he looks good up here, he's got the pick of the litter as to where he can go and where he can fight up to. And I can't wait to see it. I'm so excited for it. It's going to be such a phenomenal time. And I guarantee you, it's going to be a fight that you don't want to miss right here on the World Report. So we're going to go. We got Retta beating our man Rhoda. Like I said, 7-0 with 6 KOs. Now is his resume. And now we got the main event coming up next after they get through these ring announcements on, or rather the introductions, or excuse me, the interviews on the fight with Retta. But we'll only take a quick break. I'm going to go get something to drink, and we're going to come right back and continue this live stream as we get ready to call the main event of the night in Errol Spence versus Tim Tszyu. Keep it locked. Don't go anywhere. Wait right here, and we will return with the main event of the evening happening. Errol Spence, Tim Tszyu, middle of the ring in Australia on a Saturday night, or in Australia, Sunday morning, all for your viewing and listening pleasure, blow by blow, round by round, punch by punch commentary, and all the reactions to everything as to what we will see between two of the former stars of the boxing world coming together. One shall stand and one shall fall. And we will find out who that will be. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here. And we'll be right back on the Welch Report live stream for Tim Tszyu versus Errol Spence Jr. Well, all right, here we are with the main event of the evening going underway. Errol Spence versus Tim Tszyu is about to go down right here on the Watch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Watch, as we're doing another live stream commentary for one of the most anticipated comebacks of the year. With a 3-year layoff under his belt, will Errol Spence Jr. be able to come at 160 against one of the heavy-handed punchers in all of boxing, and Tim Tszyu, who's been on a downtrend in his own right, to come through and get his comeback tour started off with a bang, or will it end as abruptly as it has begun, going up against this very dangerous but still beatable 154 fighting at 160 pound threat in Tim Tszyu, who's getting ready to walk out right now for the world to see. We still want to hear your thoughts and predictions in the chat down below on who's going to win and who's going to take the crown on tonight. There's no belt on the line, but just a shot at the title is also still a very necessary need to be taken hold of, because whoever loses this, most likely is out of that contention as a whole. Yes, indeed. And they need to have their careers turn around off of the backs of the biggest losses in their careers. Again, Tim Tszyu, even though he's had a slew, I think most recently he had a win in his comeback stint. He has had 3 demoralizing losses to Fundor twice and Bakram, as well as a third dangerously bad loss in his career, and Errol Spence still lingering from the past shadows of that demoralizing 9-round dominating victory that we saw with Terrence Crawford. With all the other stuff behind Errol Spence's past, has he been able to come back in full force against the likes of Tim Tszyu? We will find out, and I can't wait to hear you all and your list and your responses and your reactions to the fight as a whole. And we still want to hear from you in all regards of what your thoughts are on the fight, on your predictions. What round do you think is going to happen? Will we see a knockout regardless? Could it be a draw? For all that we know, who do you want to see them fight next? Each of them. And what is your stance on their abilities at this point in time that you expect to see from both of these fighters at this very volatile state or stage in their career? And sorry, I'm staying hydrated, trying to make sure I got my drink, because we want to make sure that we don't pass out on y'all, and my voice is still able to carry all the necessary gusto and bravado to make it so that we keep you enthralled on the show. And I have been waiting on this fight for so long. This has been something that I did not think would actually happen. There has been so many times I was expecting Errol Spence Jr. to not come back. I even said I don't believe Errol Spence will ever come back in the boxing. I was one of the most fervent people to say that Errol Spence is done in this sport, and there is no way he actually does return to the ring after what's been over 3 years. It should have been, in my opinion, well, you should have been back by now, even with the need to recover from that fight and the previous sentiments. But after it hit year 3 with absolute silence from him and just teasing, I'll be back, I'll do it when I'm ready, I really thought he would never be ready, honestly. And the fact that he is here now gives me a whole bunch of pride. And I'm happy to say I'm wrong. And I hope this is legit, that he comes back and he's like, I really am ready. And I really am able to show the world that I am about the business of boxing. And I'm about to show up and show out and let the world know I'm still the big fish in the pond of boxing as a whole. And nobody still needs to forget, or nobody can forget what I bring to the table, because the world still runs partially through me. And if we can see that take place, Errol Spence could come back and come back with a vengeance and look to take on the globe. Once again, as we see Tim Tszyu walking to the ring right now, yes indeed, getting ready to make his way into the most important fight of his career at this stage in time. With everything he's done before, with his father being an incredible example and a legendary fighter that everybody has compared him to, with him getting comparisons today by Errol Spence himself, saying that you'll never be like your dad. I think it was Errol Spence that said you won't be like your dad when it comes to Tim Tszyu being trying to fight and get out of the shadow of his father's career, which people have consistently compared him to. That is a truthful thing that has happened in Tim Tszyu's career. And still, he feels some type of way when people try to say that you'll never be who your father was. Is there an extra chip on the shoulder of Tim Tszyu to try to silence the haters, silence all the critics, go and shut up the noise that this man no longer belongs in the top tier of talent against the world of 154 and now at 160 with this weight being elevated up? There is a need to prove a point. There's a need to show and give the world a chance to say, I'm sorry for what we said about you as a fighter, as a boxer, as a disciplined enigma in this sport, that you still are a beast. You're still a dog, and the losses or just losses, it didn't define who we can see you being, and you still got a shot at glory coming down the ropes. That's what he's trying to prove. That's in front of his audience, in front of his fans, in front of his home country in Australia. This is Errol Spence going to the enemy's territory, y'all. This is Errol Spence going to the backyard of the dangerous streets of Australia. The raucous crowd, the hometown fandom. Again, the judging that people may say it could be into a shaky account with what we've seen in the past with the likes of Jeff Horn. People still remember this could be a whole lot of damaging sentiments going against the favor of one Errol Spence Jr. Doesn't mean it's all true. I'm just telling you what's at stake against Errol Spence. And for Tim Tszyu, everybody in that stadium is looking at him as a means to be a beacon of hope and a willingness to step back into the limelight and say, I'm still carrying this nation on my shoulders and I still got it. But across the ring from him, coming down the ring right now, is one of the most accomplished, deadly, dangerous fighters of the past generation in boxing at welterweight, ruling the welterweight division, formerly Errol Spence Jr. Yes, the man, the big fish, the big dog, the brother who was seen as one of the top 10 best fighters in the world at his peak, and at that point in time was the best, seen as the best welterweight in the world. Before the loss of Terrence Crawford, we were looking at Errol Spence Jr. as the greatest thing since sliced bread, with the amateur background, with the pro pedigree that he cultivated, with him beating, even after the car crash, Danny Garcia, him beating Ugas, him fighting Sean Porter in an insane Fight of the Year contender where he knocked the mess out of Sean Porter in that iconic knockdown to seal a victory for him. He has been one of the most damaging, punishing, and absolute ruthless fighters of the last generation of boxers, as we're having a turnover into this new era in the younger generation of boxing coming up and stepping on everybody's toes. Errol Spence was the blueprint for many people. Errol Spence was not just a fan favorite. He was the beacon that everybody recognized as there's nobody that can outpush, outshove, outwork, outdog, and out violence this man in Errol Spence. This pond was his to rule, and Errol Spence was the biggest fish. That's what it was seen to be. Terrence Crawford beating him was the biggest thing that shook a shockwave to the rest of the boxing world and had people jumping off the ship that Errol Spence was really ever going to be the same ever again. Yes, indeed, it was that bad. It was that egregious. It was that problematic that people were looking at Errol Spence after one defeat as a whole different fighter. All the rumors, his brother wasn't looking the same. There was something going on in training camp. There was something in speculation and conspiracy everywhere. With the 3-year hiatus, made it only grow more and more and more with questions and concerns that Errol Spence may be done, may be finished, may be out to pasture in the world of boxing, never to be seen again. But now he makes his way to the ring with one last hoo-ha to come back into the sport with the world looking around at him, the fresh new coach, potential fresh new style, fresh faces in the division, and a fresh lease on life with still aspirations of greatness and championship opportunity. As we can see, he's 5 years older. They weigh the same. He's a half an inch taller and 2-inch reach advantage. One of the best body snatchers in the game. A relentless pressure fighter that always pushes the envelope and snatches your show with relentless punching, precision, and if we see it again with this elevated weight, elevated level of power may also be a thing in this fight. He's broke bones. He's broke faces. He has been the start of the end of people's careers. Will that happen again tonight? And will we see the old Errol Spence come back and shine and the big fish swim again? Or will the Phoenix in Tim Tszyu, which is his nickname, the Phoenix Tim Tszyu, come and rise from the ashes in his own demise in his career and show the world that I still got some juice left in me? All of that can equate to an incredible story, an incredible fight, and an incredible night to do a simple task. Keep your career alive and keep your hopes and dreams afloat. That's what this is all about. For either fighter, a loss ruins majority of everything. It stifles a whole bunch of stuff. Retirement is legitimately in the front view mirror for both of these fighters. It is a task of how much longer can you push this pace? And can you cause a second act that can be just as good or better than the first one that you experienced? So many stories, so many storylines, so many different angles, so many risks, so many stakes, so much need to have the people feed on the hopes and prayers that their favorite fighter will come back and be what they remember. It is the old guard versus the old guard, past versus past, and a future yet to be decided. What will happen on this night will set the stage for both of their careers for the rest of their lives. And it could be short-lived, it could be long-lived, but the one thing we know is going to be changed, all with the action tonight. And we can't wait to see it, man. I'm telling you, it can't get better than this. You live. You live for moments like this. You thrive for moments like this. You need moments like this to go through and send the boxing world ablaze with intrigue, investment, and all around need to see with their eyes what will happen next. Errol Spence has looked great at 160. He looks phenomenal at 160 pounds. Tim Tszyu looks bigger than ever, of course, because of the elevated weight. But even he commented that the body and physique and the scale of muscle that we see with Errol Spence, that brother looks rock solid, really does. And if that translates to an elevated level of power, Tim Tszyu could be in a world of trouble. The chins of both men have been tested and have been damaged. But it's been Tim Tszyu that's been knocked out twice, stopped on his stool, and knocked out flush by Bakram. And again, stopped on the stool by Fundora and cut by Fundora with an elbow that still to this day, you can see at the top of his head, left a scar that would never heal, or at least will never go away. And with Errol Spence, he's been rocked and tested not only by the car crashes in life, 2 of them I believe actually, but also with his own fight with Terrence Crawford that looked to potentially be the end of the prime of Errol Spence as we know it. Whose chin has been able to recover? Will the activity of Tim Tszyu be the bigger deciding factor on the night? Or will the sustained damage against big-time punchers be something that shifts the whole narrative when going up against a potential another big puncher in Errol Spence Jr.? And will Errol Spence's chin be way better than anybody expected as we see him return to the ring and get his chance at glory once again, and to shut up all the doubters to say, I'm still the rough and tough rumbler that you remember, and I got more in the tank, and I'm ready to swim against everybody in this division, and the power that you think is going to affect me is actually not going to be a big time issue. I'm telling you, you could not write a better juxtaposition when it comes to D2 fighters, when it comes to both careers are in the same balance, but how they got here is drastically different, and in a drastically momentous way, it can change at the drop of a hat. I mean, just look at the body on Errol Spence right now. It looks insane. It looks... Whatever problems you said was happening when he fought against Terrence Crawford, and whatever weight drain that he looked like at 147, we can put that to bed now with this type of legit, full, flushed out muscle, abs and all, even showing under the tattoos at 160. Tim Tszyu again looks ripped, looks incredibly big, looks incredibly strong, but I'm telling you, we could see this physicality of Spence surprise you. I'm picking Spence to win. We're going to see if that happens. But we got Spence. We got Tszyu. We got the careers in the balance. And it's time to make a statement. Return and comebacks happening. It's time to work. Errol Spence and Tim Tszyu is officially underway. It's round one, y'all. And it's time to see what takes place. Jabbing straight left by Errol Spence. And he's already throwing that big left straight and lunging yet again. He better be careful with that lunging. What we know about Tim Tszyu, he is a slow starter. He is a very slow starter. He's got fast hands and got fast feet, but it takes him a minute to get going in the world of boxing. But once he gets past that fifth round, he starts to really be able to turn it up and get some real momentum going. But we're in round one right now between Errol Spence and Tim Tszyu. The main event is now multiple jabs by Errol Spence. Another jab by Errol Spence on Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu is yet to throw a shot. Good jab by Tim Tszyu. You with that speedy hand speed. Some of the fastest hands in the land is what we see with the likes of Tim Tszyu. Errol Spence boxing and moving, trying to go and use that jab and use that length, that 2-inch reach advantage that he has on Tim Tszyu. Errol Spence getting backed up though. Tim Tszyu slowly plodding forward, being patient, not throwing in big combinations, but still applying pressure to Errol Spence. Double jab into a straight left to the body. Does Spence throw, but I think he just barely misses. The speed of Errol Spence, we see the discrepancy. Tim Tszyu is the faster punching fighter. Errol Spence frames off a hook, and then they both get into a clinch with each other, but quickly Tim Tszyu backs away. Minute 37 in the round one of this fight. Again, this fight is at 160 pounds right now. Jab by Errol Spence. Straight left, good hook by Errol Spence on Tim Tszyu to the head, to the body of Tim Tszyu. Another big hook by Errol Spence. Tim Tszyu starts to throw a combination. Good shot by Tim Tszyu, though, on the head of Spence. Spence is still moving forward. Throwing that jab. Good straight left by Tim Tszyu. Good straight right by Tim Tszyu, Big hook by Tim Tszyu. Another big hook by Tim Tszyu. Yeah, Spence is, big hook by Spence, Spence is still slow. I got scared for that counter by Tim Tszyu that landed on Spence. Spence gets caught with a big shot by Tszyu. Another big straight shot by Tszyu. As Spence is still throwing. Big shot by Tim Tszyu. Errol Spence gets caught on balance, and Tim Tszyu was hurt. Tim Tszyu was on wobbly legs. Tim Tszyu was in a world of trouble. How that didn't end in a knockdown, I don't know. If that chin is a lot better than I thought. Might have been a clutch of heads that they caught with each other, but Errol Spence is still in the center of the ring, still jabbing and still trying to throw. Big hook by Errol Spence, but it misses. He's throwing with aggression. He is not as refined as we remember in the past, though. That ring rust that we were concerned about, it is still consistently there with Errol Spence at this point in time. It might take him a minute to really get back into the fluidity that we've seen from Errol Spence in the past, as he's already been rocked big. Another big lunging straight by the likes of Errol Spence. Tim Tszyu missing with a 1-2 with less than 10 seconds left in the round as the round is over. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh, that's bad. That's dangerous. Errol Spence had significantly more activity, but Tim Tszyu is the one that nearly scored a knockdown with Errol Spence getting off balance. The left straight of Tim Tszyu is still so incredibly dangerous because he keeps on lunging in with it. He is still incredibly slow. The technique that we've seen from Spence before, it still ain't there. It's still a concern, and it justifiably is a concern. He ate a big hook after getting off balance, after tripping over his feet. I'm surprised he did not get knocked down from that. But my goodness, I'm telling you, this can get very dangerous. Both of them trading some big-time shots. That wasn't a shoulder that caught Tim Tszyu. That was an actual punch that Tim Tszyu got caught with. Might have a little bit of swelling under the eye of Tim Tszyu right now. It is still both men kind of feeling each other out and needing to go and work a little bit better. Tim Tszyu has a mouse under his left eye. On his right eye, excuse me, I believe, from that left hook that we see Spence throw. And now Spence coming out in round two, still throwing heat, still throwing punches. Another jab by Errol Spence on the guard of Tim Tszyu. Straight left by Spence, excuse me, misses. Both of them working together. Spence still trying to keep his balance and base. Tim Tszyu misses with a straight. Both of them clinch up with each other. Again, it's round two of this fight. Yes, the ring rust of Errol Spence definitely is there. It definitely is there. That jab is not really coming out as snappy as we've seen it before. Good jab, good straight right by Tim Tszyu. The hooks to the body by Errol Spence, it's not really, it feels like he can't get his balance. It feels like Errol Spence can't really get his balance together going in this fight. Like he's strong, but everything is really weighty. Everything is really weighty right now. Uppercut by Tim Tszyu misses. Tim Tszyu's trying to land some big-time shots. He's just missing, though. Spence is still getting out the way of his shots every time he throws, but he doesn't feel like he's really grounded like he needs to be. Or that balance that we've seen with Spence before. It don't seem like it's there in the same way. Lazy hook by Errol Spence misses. Jab to the body misses. The activity is still coming from Errol Spence. Tim Tszyu lands with a straight right. Big hook by Tim Tszyu over the guard of Errol Spence. Spence clinching up, trying to get on the inside. Big straight right by Tim Tszyu and tries to land with an uppercut. Yeah, Spence is so slow. Spence is incredibly slow. The speed disparity is literally night and day between these two. It is actively night and day between Errol Spence and Tim Tszyu. We can clearly see there's been some again, almost got pushed off balance because the way he's ducking, he is still getting back used to being in a live fight scenario. It's clearly there. It's clearly there. This is what we were talking about, the activity of Tim Tszyu. We were concerned because he's actively just been fighting consistently, even if he's been losing. He's in a lot better. Oh, good shot by the likes of Spence. Oh, shoot. That's the biggest shot Spence landed on this fight against Tim Tszyu. That actually rocked him. That actually rocked Tim Tszyu. That affected him. Yeah, we can now put that stuff to bed that Spence's power isn't carrying. It's affecting Tszyu in some type of way because that legitimately had that butt on shaky legs for a second. Errol Spence with another jab. Parries a shot from Tim Tszyu. Both of them in the center of the ring. Less than 10 seconds left in the round. As the round is over. That man, look, I'm telling you. There's so many different layers that's going on right now. Tim Tszyu is still starting out slow. Tim Tszyu is getting caught with stuff. But also Errol Spence is looking incredibly sluggish and slow, throwing his shots, getting his speed off. The jab, he's over lunging. He's still over committing. But when he throws his stuff tight, when he gets the technique right, it comes out really fast. And he hurt Tim Tszyu with that straight left. Again, just like we saw with Sebastian Fundora. Caught the jab, he overreacted trying to parry it away and then got caught with the straight left right down the pipe. Spence, the biggest problem with Spence, there's no balance right now. He's got the look, but he doesn't have the balance to be able to go and land the shots or get the the torque on the shots that he wants to as we're starting round 3 right now. But he's still, the identity of Spence is still there. He's still working in the clinch. He's still trying to press the issue. He's still trying to push the envelope of competition. Let me see, loading and overcommitting on his punches. Errol needs to relax. He does. He really does. As Tszyu almost lands an uppercut there with 2 minutes, 33 seconds. Oh, almost, well, okay, no, just a slip. It was just a slip by Tim Tszyu. Big 1-2 misses for Errol Spence, though. Tim Tszyu lands with a chopping right hand. Tim Tszyu back in the ring. Another straight left by Spence. Now it's Tim Tszyu that's pressing the pace and pushing the issue on Errol Spence Jr. Big hook by Spence, though, inside the clinch. He is still being more active than Tim Tszyu. That's the thing. The activity of Errol Spence might be, in the eyes of the judges, more important than the clean work that we've seen from Tim Tszyu. Because Tim Tszyu's work hasn't been nearly as copious as just the jabs and the activity that we've seen Errol Spence throw. But now he's starting to get more active. Now that engine's starting to roll a little bit more when it comes to Tim Tszyu. Errol Spence, though, still working on the inside, still going downstairs to the body, still making arms and limbs everywhere, lands a good hook to the head, double hook to the body. Now we're seeing the Spence that we've seen in the past, going and working, being active, landing hooks downstairs on the belt line, consistently getting in the face of Tim Tszyu. Not a 3-punch combination. It's slow. It looks like he's fighting. It looks like Errol Spence is punching through molasses, but he sure enough is throwing everything that he can. Has already landed 14 body shots to Tim Tszyu already. He's consistently trying to push Tim Tszyu back. He just can't land nothing clean. It seems like, though, the more Spence throws, the better his speed is getting, because he's starting to get back comfortable in the fighting style that he used to be in before. It still looks sluggish, so that's the best combination that we've seen. Now we started to sit there. Wait a minute now. Hold up a second. Wait a minute. Oh. Good shots by Tim Tszyu. It seems like Errol Spence is starting to get a little bit better comfortable now. Gets away from a jab, this Errol Spence. Good straight right by Tim Tszyu, though. Big hook that lands for Errol Spence, though. The punches are coming out a little bit sharper now. Good straight right by Tim Tszyu. Good straight left by Errol Spence. Errol Spence blocks the punch. Gets under a shot, and now they're both in the clinch again. 22 seconds left in round 3. Good straight left, but good straight right, by Tim Tszyu. 15 seconds left in round 3 of this fight. Jab by Spence and a counter by Tszyu misses. Straight to the body. Both of them in the clinch. One last time. As the round is over. And so, you talk about, Errol has to settle and work behind the jab, keep his feet under him. And you're absolutely right. And I think we're seeing him start to do that. In that last minute or so of the round, we saw Errol Spence have some of the better combinations we had seen in the entire fight from a speed perspective. From what he was throwing in round 1 versus what he's throwing now in round 3, it seems like he's starting to fight some of that rust off of him after he went and tried to go, not even try, after he went and recommitted to going on the inside and working in the same arduous position of consistently giving his opponent something to worry about. That aspect of constant throwing, constant aggression, constant pressure, and constant in-your-face activity. That's the Spence that we remember. The speed and the technique, it looked like it wasn't there. But as the fight's drawn on, it's starting to tighten up a little bit. That's good. That's really good. As we see Tim Tszyu throw a jab. Another shot by Tim Tszyu gets blocked. Errol Spence lands a shot downstairs to the body. Tim Tszyu now trying to walk for a little bit more. Good check hook by Tim Tszyu that lands on Errol Spence. 2 minutes, 37 seconds in the round 4. Jab straight right to the body by Tim Tszyu. Another straight by Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu started to spam that straight now. I think he's found his weapon of choice. He wants to go to that straight, down to the body or up to the head, make Spence be vulnerable. Spence still works his way on the inside. Keeps active, throws a jab on the inside. Now hooks to the body. Another hook to the body. Warned about punches below the belt line, even though they were on the belt line. And Spence right back into the foray of punching downstairs to the body. Another punch down, another hook. Just every open hand shot, throwing down, just throwing. Just throwing. Another good shot. Big shot by Errol Spence on Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu responds with a straight of his own. But again, Errol Spence gets back into the paint, gets back into the body of Tim Tszyu, and continues to throw. This is the Spence that we remember. Good hook by Tim Tszyu, but Spence still walks forward. Spence still throwing active. Spence still giving Tszyu all the activity that he can handle. Tszyu trying to fight through it, doing a good job. But Errol Spence, as the fight heats up, Errol Spence seems to be remembering what he used to do. Straight right by Tim Tszyu lands on Errol Spence. It's still a close fight right now. Jab by Errol Spence misses. Straight right by Errol Spence misses. Tim Tszyu lands a straight right of his own. Minute 15 left in round 4 of this fight. Errol Spence is still a little bit off balance. He's still a little bit off balance as Tim Tszyu lands that straight right hand. Yeah, the straight right of Tim Tszyu is really working for the likes of him right now. As Tim Tszyu now starting to get active, throw some good shots, straights and hooks at Errol Spence. Another good jab by Tim Tszyu. That speed of Tim Tszyu, it's still night and day, the level of consistency and speed that we see from Tim Tszyu as he's starting to walk Spence back. Good straight left by Errol Spence, though, that lands on Tim Tszyu. Good hook to the body, or uppercut to the body by Tim Tszyu. As they're both in the clinch once again. 1-2 by Tim Tszyu to the body, backing Errol Spence up. Straight right by Errol Spence. Straight right by Tim Tszyu. Good hook by Tim Tszyu that lands. 16 seconds left in round 4. Tim Tszyu won this round. Good hook to the body by Tim Tszyu. Another straight right downstairs to the body. Another straight right upstairs now for Tim Tszyu. As the round is over, yeah. That was Tim Tszyu's best round. That was Tim Tszyu's best round. That was, without a doubt, Tim Tszyu's best round to date. Let me see. Get his head off the line. Errol Spence needs to keep them earmuffs up. He does. He does. Every time Errol Spence throws that left, he gets caught with the straight right. Yeah, that problem still hasn't been fixed. And again, that's probably an aspect of repetition and ring rust. It's probably repetition and ring rust. I'm going to tell you this, that left straight is coming out exactly how it came out against Terrence Crawford. There's been spurts where he's tightened it up. Specifically when he's throwing his hooks, it's looked a lot tighter, a lot sharper, a lot cleaner, but he can't keep that consistency of technique up because he can't keep his balance up right now. He just can't. He can't keep his balance up. He cannot keep his balance up right now. And in terms of how he throws his punches. Again, he's a grounded fighter. But right now, the ground isn't giving him the same level of grip to be able to go and be balanced like he needs to. And so will it take precedent? We're going to find out as we get into round 5? Round 5 of this fight. As Errol Spence starts the round off with a straight right downstairs. Or straight left downstairs. Good intercepting jab by Errol Spence makes the sweat fly. And now good hook to the body by Errol Spence. Like I said, we're seeing Errol Spence at some points in time look really good, look really fast, get back to the form, and then it gets back to looking sloppy. There's an inconsistency in his technique right now. I mean, he's just been throwing, but the one thing ain't changed though. He's still going downstairs to the body as he's landed 26 punches downstairs against Tim Tszyu, as Tim Tszyu got Errol Spence on the ropes, but Errol Spence lands 3 body shots downstairs, 4 body shots, and a good hook up top. And now he clinches up Tim Tszyu. 1-2, the 3-punch combination ending downstairs. Another 2-punch combination by Errol Spence downstairs to the body. I'm going to be very interested to see how this body attack of Errol Spence is going to affect Tim Tszyu later on in the fight. Tim Tszyu throws a shot, another shot to the belt line. Big hook by Tim Tszyu. Big hook by Errol Spence. I mean, just knockdown, drag out now. It's going into frames and hooks is what Errol Spence is doing. Framing off punches and then landing big shots of his own downstairs to the body. That's what he's doing right now. As they both still in the clinch and working. Tszyu tries to land the uppercut. He's mangled with limbs and arms and punches and just everything. The body of Errol Spence is being used as a weapon and as a distractor right now once he gets into that inside. Again, working downstairs to the body. Big hook by Tim Tszyu. Another big hook by Tim Tszyu. But Errol Spence again closes the gap and puts his head down and throws downstairs. Big hook around the guard for Errol Spence, who Tim Tszyu is now starting to feel the effects of the big fish swimming. Man, this is what he bludgeons. He just punches through. It's not about landing clean. It's about landing on something. It's about, like with Rocky Marciano way back in the day, it's not about landing flush. It's about landing on anything. Arms, elbows, shoulders, face, body, hips, everything you can touch. If you can hit it, because it's going to wear the opponent down. And we might be seeing that effect be happening on Tim Tszyu. Yes, Tim Tszyu is walking forward. Yes, Tim Tszyu is trying to work, but he's starting to slow down just a little. Good shot. As I talk, good shot by Tim Tszyu, though, that lands on Errol Spence. Errol Spence is taking these punches well, though, and is not getting away from the game plan of pressuring Tim Tszyu. 10 seconds left in round 6 right now as Errol Spence is backing up and Tim Tszyu is trying to land big-time punches. Big uppercut by Tim Tszyu that lands on Errol Spence to end the round as the round is over. My gosh. I'm telling you, this is, do the judges value the better dangerous punching that has been landed on by Tim Tszyu, or the overall constant activity of relentless body attack by Errol Spence Jr.? Because again, he's outlanding. He is outlanding Tim Tszyu, but he is not landing better shots than Tim Tszyu. That's where this comes down to. Hey, Ryan Graves, we thank you for tuning in. We're happy that you're here. We appreciate you on the show. Welcome to the live. And it's 4-1 for Errol Spence. And right now for you, it could be 4-1 or it could be 4-1 the other way, depending on how you value the work of Tim Tszyu being able to land very good, very damaging shots on Errol Spence, even though Errol Spence has been taking it very well. But we're in round 6 right now in this fight. I think the high guard would help Errol. It would. It really would. Now, I think he's trying to, but he's, again, this is what he's been known for doing. He's just trying to work and get on the inside. Even if he takes some hits, guess what? I'm going to just go and keep on dogging you up. And look at this. 84 punches thrown by Errol Spence. And it's the halfway point. And we're not even at the halfway point yet. We're still in the round before the halfway point. And he's already thrown 500 punches. The activity is still there. It's like he's never left in that regard. It's just the speed, the torque, the technique, and the all-around visible appearance of Tim Tszyu, of Errol Spence throwing. It is different. Now Tim Tszyu's trying to walk him down, trying to go and paw with that straight, and catches Errol Spence with the hook. But Errol Spence goes back down to the body. Big hook by Tim Tszyu, though, but misses the next one. And Errol Spence just keeps on pushing the issue, pushing the envelope, and getting into the body. Good uppercut by Tim Tszyu downstairs. That one almost picked up Errol Spence. I'm not going to lie. Big 3-punch combination misses. Oh, good shot by Tim Tszyu, though. That one lands, and Errol Spence just goes directly back downstairs, not going away from what he knows works. And the hips and body of Errol Spence hitting, or of Tim Tszyu, are getting the brunt of the attack by Errol Spence Jr. Good hook. Whatever. The stuff's on the belt line. It's on the belt line. Ref, why are you stopping this? It's on the belt line. What are you doing? These are legal shots that are landing. What the world? My gosh. As again, the round, they restart the fight. Tim Tszyu with a straight right to Errol Spence. Tries to frame Errol Spence on the ropes. Errol Spence gets out of dodge. Good 1-2 by Tim Tszyu. Good double hook by Tim Tszyu now. 58 seconds left in round 6 of this fight. Tim Tszyu's been landing some good shots to the head on Errol. Good shot by Tim Tszyu on the head. Straight right upstairs. Double hook by Tim Tszyu. Now Tim Tszyu's starting to get active. Now Tim Tszyu, look at him. His skin's hot, and he's acting hot as he's throwing more. The engine's now revved up. Tim Tszyu's about to reach his final form of activity, getting comfortable. He's a slow starter, but he'll pick it up as the fight goes on, as Errol Spence nearly punches himself into a circle going at Tim Tszyu. Back to the center of the ring. Hook by Tim Tszyu lands. One of the best offensive rounds for Tim Tszyu, downstairs to the body. Does Tim Tszyu land on Errol Spence? Errol Spence tries to paw out a jab to keep Tim Tszyu at bay. Tim Tszyu walking down, Errol Spence Jr. Jab to the body by Tim Tszyu. Straight right by Tim Tszyu upstairs. Tim Tszyu's gaining some momentum. Arguably, these last 2 rounds have been Tim Tszyu's rounds. Hook to the head by Tim Tszyu just misses as the round is over. These last 2 rounds might have been Tim Tszyu. These last 2 rounds might be Tim Tszyu. These last 2 rounds might just be Tim Tszyu winning. I'm serious. Let me see. My brother, how you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show. Welcome to the live stream. Errol looked terrible. Tim is carrying him. Right now, I don't think it's carrying because Tim Tszyu has always started late. But since he's gotten his momentum going, he definitely is getting the better of Errol Spence right now. Even though Errol Spence is still doing what Errol Spence does, going downstairs to the body. We've seen Errol Spence backed up the last 2 rounds of this fight. And his relentless body work, though we thought it would take hold, hasn't taken hold just yet to the forward momentum of Tim Tszyu. Errol Spence got to tighten up his punches and be able to land sharper like he was in the first 3 rounds. That's when those combinations were actually working and being more damaging. But right now, Tim Tszyu, the momentum is all in his favor. As we're in round 7, the halfway point of this fight is officially here. And some scorecards may have it for Errol Spence. Some may have it more even. We want to see what you feel and how you have these fights going. But right now, it is a consistent, relentless work. Tim Tszyu has landed 84 power punches to Errol Spence's 75. But Errol Spence has been so much more relentless going downstairs to the body right now. As we're in round 7, 2 minutes, 24 seconds. I'm sorry, 2 minutes, 38 seconds into the round thus far. And it's going to be incredibly interesting to see how we see Errol Spence handle this new second gear that we can see Tim Tszyu go to as his engine is fully warmed up after the first 6 rounds of the fight, as Tim Tszyu still throws shots and throwing combinations against Errol Spence, backing Errol Spence. So I'm telling you, Errol Spence has been backed up so many times in this fight. It's ridiculous. It really is. I'm telling you, it's looking like what we saw a little bit against Terrence Crawford. This is a product of rust. We can be completely honest. It's a product of lack of balance. It's a product of a lack of back in tune with your style. Stuff is not coming out in the sharp manner that it needs to be, in the same go-getter manner that we know we've seen Errol Spence have in the past. And if we don't fix something soon, he can get hurt in a very bad way. It can get really dangerous. It can get really bad. After roughly, and I do mean roughly, about an hour, not hour, excuse me, roughly a minute or so left into this round, roughly a minute 30, just about, and Errol Spence is still being backed up. He's still working downstairs. He's still trying to fight in any semblance of what he used to be. But Tim Tszyu is still getting that motor, still getting that momentum, still getting the pressure on, and is still working like he needs to work. And he's fighting. Crazy enough, he's fighting like the bigger fighter. When it looked like Errol Spence was going to be the bigger fighter walking into this fight, from the weight and from the height and from the reach, it seemed like right now Tim Tszyu really is the real 154 and or so 160 pound fighter at this point in time. Because right now Errol Spence, he's struggling. He's struggling. He is. He is. And I don't even want to say he is, but he is. It hurts me. I'll be honest. It hurts me to say this because I want to see Errol Spence be successful. But right now it's not a lot. This buddy just is not where he needs to be from the standpoint of some situations he does look good, but the majority, it looks like what we thought we would see from Errol Spence, a very out of practice fighter who is still just trying to get his bearings back under him. And yeah, 4-3. You're right. It's 4-3. 4-3 right now. It is. And yes, right. Without question, it's 4-3. It's 4-3. It is 4-3 right now. Tim Tszyu has successfully fought his way back into this fight. Errol need to keep his hands up, and he uses jab. He's trying to use his jab. His jab isn't fast enough. His jab is not sharp enough. He can't use his jab in this fight because it's when he's trying to throw it, it's not doing anything. It's not look in the replay. He got caught with a big hook, got caught with a big shot, but it's because even backing up, he's trying to use that jab to set up a shot, but it's not working. It's not. It just ain't working. Every time he throws it, or excuse me, he's a southpaw. Excuse me. It's not working. Every time he throws it, it just But it's not the same pop, and it's not the same torque and speed that would break through the guard of his opposition in the past. And now we're starting round 8. Errol Spence's best weapon. Errol Spence's best weapon is the hooks to the body. That's the best weapon right now. And if he could jab, he would jab. If he could be able to go and use that, what used to be a blunt force object to get through the guard, he would. But he can't. He can't keep the distance. He can't keep the pace. He's got to fight on the inside. This is where he wants to be, but he just isn't able to fight with the same level of speed and comfortability. Look, going downstairs to the body, again, hooking. This is the fight that he normally would want. This is the fight that he normally would want. He's just getting backed up. Good straight shot by Tim Tszyu. This rep, he keeps. This ref is still trying to keep Errol Spence from punching. Oh gosh! And as Tim Tszyu tried to bum rush him after the clinch, but this ref keeps on saying Errol Spence can't punch at the belt line. You can punch at the belt line. See, this is the thing about ref's discretion. That specific rule is taken to interpretation instead of just a cold hard fact. Because some people let it happen and some people don't. This ref ain't letting it happen. 1-2 by Errol Spence, another 1-2 by Errol Spence, but again, to no really avail. Hooked by Tim Tszyu is faster. 1-2 by Errol Spence. Good straight right by Errol Spence to the body. Errol Spence is just walking him down. At this point, Errol Spence is just walking him down. Spence is trying to fight Tim Tszyu off of him. I've never thought I'd say that sentence before outside of Terrence Crawford, but Tim Tszyu or Errol Spence is trying to fight Tim Tszyu off of him. Because Tim Tszyu is he's walking like a Terminator at this point. He really is. He's walking like a Terminator. He's walking like a Terminator. Just going through and having his way with whatever he wants at this point in time in the fight. It's somewhat what some would call reckless abandon at this point in time. 37 seconds left into round 8. And it's about to be 4-4. Another straight right by big straight right by Tim Tszyu. The Errol Spence is backing up. Another straight right by Tim Tszyu. Yeah, this is big hook by Tim Tszyu. Errol Spence trying to land with the hook of his own. 1-2. Round's about to be over now. And yeah, the round is over. Yeah. No, this is Tim Tszyu. I'm going to tell you, Errol Spence is in trouble. Errol Spence is in trouble. Errol Spence is in some real trouble. Errol Spence is in trouble right now. It is a tied up situation. Ryan Grade, you're absolutely right. 4-4. It's a tied up fight. And right now, Tim Tszyu has all the momentum possible. Nothing that Spence is doing is working. Nothing. The body attack has been relentless, but it's to no avail. The jab cannot use any level, not just separation, but it's not even being used as a setup tool. That speed of Tim Tszyu is starting to really take precedent in this fight. And right now, Errol Spence has no answer. Errol Spence at one point in time was punching incredibly sharp and was punching fast to the point that it was giving Tim Tszyu some trouble. That has been 4 rounds ago. And since then, it's been the same thing. Tim Tszyu going up, and Errol Spence staying the same or dropping down. And it can get bad. It can get really bad as we are in round 9. Uppercut by Errol Spence. That might be what he needs to do, start throwing uppercuts to the head. Another big hook by Errol Spence. Hook to the body. Uppercut to the head. Errol Spence throwing shots upstairs. Another uppercut to the head by Errol Spence, and then a shot to the body. That might be what he needs to do. Uppercut to the head, hook downstairs to the body. Oh, Tim Tszyu. Errol Spence, brother, that's the third time you have pulled a Deontay Wilder 3 times now. You've turned your back 3 times now. 3 times right now. It's bad. You're about to get caught the next time you turn your back like that and you get thrown off balance. Again, balance is the biggest key in this fight. Errol Spence just is not balanced right now. He just isn't. It's round 9 going into 12, and Errol Spence right now is looking like he's getting worse and worse. It just is not helping. Roughly less than, I believe, a minute 15 left in this fight. This just is not working for Errol Spence. I'm sorry, minute 36. I apologize. Less than a minute 30 in this fight. I'm reading the clock wrong. Trying to read chat and the clock. Excuse me. Good big hook by Errol Spence on Tim Tszyu. That's a good one. Shot to the body, but then Tszyu just throws a short shot. Uppercut by Errol Spence. That's the punch. The uppercut. Spence needs to throw these uppercuts. Spence needs to throw uppercuts. The uppercuts of Errol Spence can be the thing that needs to go and change this fight for him to get better offensive success. I will say that is a mode of operation that can change this whole fight for Errol Spence, at least giving him a better offensive opportunity to land something significant. Big hook by Tim Tszyu on Errol Spence. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, Tim Tszyu is losing his own. Errol Spence is losing the battle that he wants to have. 49 seconds left in round 9. He's losing the battle that he wants to have. He's losing the battle that he should have been able to. This is your wheelhouse. Straight right by Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu against just still walking and stalking, still pushing the envelope. Good uppercut by Tim Tszyu on Errol Spence. Errol Spence is backpedaling. This brother is moving. Good straight right by Tim Tszyu. Errol Spence can't escape. 12 seconds left in round 9. Good uppercut by Tim Tszyu on Errol Spence. Good straight right by Tim Tszyu. Another straight right by Tim Tszyu. Yeah, this is getting bad. This is getting bad. This is getting really bad.
Hey, look at this. We got some problems here.
This is getting really bad. This is getting really bad. This is getting really, for Errol Spence, this is getting really bad. Look, Spence is losing. It's not close. Right now, Tim Tszyu is pulling away. Tim Tszyu is pulling away. Without question, Tim Tszyu is pulling away. He is pulling away in this fight. He is absolutely pulling away in this fight. There is nothing at this point in time. Tim Tszyu is too fast. He's too good with his shot selection. And everything about Tim Tszyu right now, it's just better. Everything about since round roughly 6 or 5. Everything about Tim Tszyu is just plain better. It's just better. Errol Spence just isn't right now. Errol Spence just is not a better fighter than Tim Tszyu. This is what that ring rust took away. This is what that 3 years away took away. He may feel better and he looks better, but what he is as a fighter is nowhere close to what he was. Nowhere close. We're in round 10 right now. We're in round 10. Good straight right by Tim Tszyu. Again. Round 10 of this fight. Tim Tszyu is up. Tim Tszyu is up right now. He's up. Big hook by Tim Tszyu. Hook to the body. Hook to the head. He just doesn't have an answer. He just doesn't have an answer right now. Good straight. Good straight. The straight. Errol Spence cannot get away from the straight of Tim Tszyu. Good straight left by Tim Tszyu. Lands a big thudding punch. But now it seems like the power is incredibly dissipated for Errol Spence in these later rounds. He's trying to duck under. He's trying to use angles. He's trying to go and pivot and turn. Nothing's working against Nothing's working against Tim Tszyu. Nothing's working against Tim Tszyu right now. Good hook to the body by Tim Tszyu. Nothing's working. 3-punch comment again. He's just walking him back. He's just walking him back. Hook to the body. Also, if you would be so kind, keep on liking the stream and sharing the show with everybody that you know so we can keep on building up this empire and enjoying this live stream We appreciate all your support. Just shameless plug. Just had to put it in there. But it was still a good 1-2 by Tim Tszyu. 1:12 in round 10. Hook to the body. Hook to the head by Errol Spence. Light success but nothing major. And then gets countered with a 3-punch combination by Tszyu. Good upper. I'm telling you, Spence cannot react to the speed of Tim Tszyu. He just can't. He just can't. Spence cannot react to the speed of Tim Tszyu. Everything about what we hoped, everything about what I hoped Errol Spence would be was predicated on thinking this layoff would help his body recover. But clearly, it is still, the rust is more than enough. And the body is not what it was. It just isn't. You took too long out the ring, and now you cannot get back in rhythm. Even if your body looks like it fits just fine, it ain't good. It ain't good right now. It is not good right now. 15 seconds left in round 10. And Tim Tszyu right now is just, he has full control. He's backing Spence up. He's backing Spence up. He's backing Spence up. He's backing him up. He is backing him up. Without question, he is backing up Errol Spence. Errol Spence has went through everything he could in this fight, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. I don't want to say there's no hope, but my gosh, Spence right now in the corner, he looks defeated, or he looks worse for wear. I don't know what he can do. I don't know what he can do. He's trying to put his best foot forward, but the whole thing with this fight, Errol Spence is too slow to react, and Errol Spence punching is too slow to get the punches off. The same level of torque, it just ain't there for Errol Spence right now. It ain't. It just isn't. It just isn't. As we're starting round 11. We're in the last 2 rounds of the fight, and Errol Spence is losing. 1-2 by Errol Spence. It's good hook by Tim Tszyu on the head of Errol Spence. Errol Spence is trying to fight his way through it. Tim Tszyu is again throwing. Tim Tszyu, his hands are just too fast. His hands are just way too fast for Errol Spence to react to be able to get away from it. Good shot by Errol Spence though. Errol Spence is still trying. He's still trying. He still ain't giving up. Errol Spence is still throwing shots. He's still landing heavy leather. Just landed a good straight left. And is still loading up now, going for everything, trying to turn this fight around back in his favor. Good hook back to the body. Another hook to the head. Smothering Tim Tszyu and trying to go and land big time punishment. He's trying. He really is trying. I'm telling you, he still is not giving up. Through all the pain and stuff, he is still trying to push Tim Tszyu back. Uppercut by Errol Spence. Big hook by Tim Tszyu, though, that just misses. And big hook by Errol Spence. But, buddy, I'm telling you, Spence looks like he is just giving everything he's got. He really is. But I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work, man. I don't. He's really trying. I just don't know if it's going to work. Mouth is open. He looks tired. Hook to the body. Big shot by Tim Tszyu as he turns Errol Spence around. Tim Tszyu got Errol Spence to the corner. They clinch up. Errol Spence still throwing. Errol Spence still working. Double hook by Errol Spence to the body. Big hook to the head by Errol Spence. Jab by Errol Spence. It's 1:11 in the round. And Errol Spence is down. A big uppercut by Errol Spence. So that was a good shot. It's been one of the better offensive rounds for Errol Spence. There's an argument he may be able to squeak out a win here. But even still, Tim Tszyu responds with a good sweep punch combination, but Spence catches Tszyu with a shot, and Tszyu catches him right back with a big-time shot. It's do or die time for Errol Spence. He's got to win this next round, or this round. He's got to. He's got 30 seconds to separate himself. Can he do it? He's got 30 seconds to separate himself in this round with what's been relatively a decently close round, just to get this 5 to 6 potentially. 15 seconds left in round 11. 10 seconds left right now. Tim Tszyu still backing up. Big hook by Tim Tszyu and hook downstairs to the body. As the round is over, look, man, I'm telling you, you can argue Errol Spence may have won that round. For the sake of argument, I'll give it to him. I'll say it's 5-6. The best Errol Spence can do right now is a draw. If he doesn't get a knockdown and doesn't get knocked down himself. If he loses this next round, it's over. It's over. It's over. It's again, right now, 5-6 or 7-4 for Tim Tszyu. I got it 5-6. The best Errol Spence can do right now is a draw. He's got to dig deep. As in, he's got to go and really get back to what he was doing the first 3 rounds. There's been an inconsistency in his technique and speed with Errol Spence Jr. Sometimes he's slow, sometimes he's sharp. That last couple seconds of that round, he was punching sharper. Now, if he gets into a more slow state once again, this could be bad. But we're here. This is the last round, y'all. Can Errol Spence pull out a draw? Can he pull out a draw? That's what we're breaking on. Because right now, that's the best he can do unless he gets a knockdown. The best he can do with the just winning the round is a draw at this point in time. If he gets a knockdown, he can win the fight potentially on the scorecards. But it's going to be tough because Tim Tszyu has all the momentum. Jab to the body by Tim Tszyu. Errol Spence has still been fighting on the back foot nearly the entirety of this second half of the fight since round 7. Tim Tszyu has been fighting like the bigger, stronger man. Straight right to the body by Tim Tszyu. Straight right to the body by Tim Tszyu again. That one backed up Spence off the ropes, rebounding back to the center of the ring. The speed disadvantage is so copious. The power advantage looks to be, again, in Tszyu's favor. The relentless pressure of Errol Spence is not affecting Tim Tszyu's stamina or ability to be able to take punishment and break down. Errol Spence, again, is still backing up. Tszyu tries to throw a jab. Tszyu is walking and stalking. Tszyu is following Errol Spence around the ring. Oh, Errol Spence slips. Minute 38 left in round 12. Errol Spence needs to win this round just to get a draw. As he's trying to find an answer, trying to find an element. Fakes like he's going in for a shot, but then backs up. Tszyu fakes a shot of his own. 1-2. Oh, good shot by Tim Tszyu. That backed Errol Spence into the post. Straight right to the body. Now Tszyu's going very much fundamental. 1-2 shots, big time punches, but not giving up any ground for Errol Spence to really go through and potentially counter. Errol Spence needs to get back to pushing the envelope and getting in the jawline of Tim Tszyu and start throwing haymakers to the body. You got to at this point. You can't be backing up and running or moving around. You got to go and do something. Big straight right by Tim Tszyu that lands again. Yes, this is the risk, but if you want a chance to win, Spence, you got to go. You got to work, Spence. You got to move, brother. You got to move. You got to move forward. You're backing up to 30 seconds left. You got to make something shake right now. Because right now it looks like you're just trying not to get knocked out. Right now it looks like Spence is just not trying to get knocked out. After the volley of valiant effort that he put out in round 11, this round looks completely different. There's 15 seconds left in the round right now. And Errol Spence is on his toes. Tszyu is still walking. Lands a straight right hand, does Tim Tszyu. 10 seconds left in the round. Unless a miracle happens, Spence lost this fight. And that's it. Spence lost. That's it. He lost. It's over. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. It is over. Pack it up. Send it home. Spence has been beaten for the second time in his career against Tim Tszyu. And what started out as a valiant effort turned into a dominating force of Tim Tszyu taking over and starting to be the bigger, stronger, faster fighter that goes in and takes advantage of the smaller man coming up. I'm telling you, it is what it is. This is what we should have expected. I picked Errol Spence out of hope. Understandable, but the reality was this was the issue. Errol Spence, because he's been out the ring for so long, he may physically look like he should be filled out, and he is filled out, but the technique, the torque, the balance, the speed, the outright ability to do what he normally does, which was an in-your-face disgrace of consistent level of damage and volume, activity, and body work, it was not effective. And it ended up, he was getting backed up at the second half of this fight. He was the one backing up. He was the one that was consistently getting the brunt of work done to him. And he was trying to recover, which is very rare, incredibly rare. But that's what we saw with Errol Spence. We did. And again, I reiterate, if this was if this was when Spence was active, I strongly believe Spence would have been able to win. But this Spence, yeah, Tim Tszyu was the right to be the favorite. And Tim Tszyu fought like we thought was supposed to happen. I've been active, you've been out, and I'm at a position where I can go and do what I need to do. Also, Jordan, how you doing? Good to see you. Yay, Timmy. Yeah, Timmy won. Congratulations to him. He earned this win. He gets to fight another day as a potential name that people want to talk about. Charlo can be next for him. Keith Thurman, who talks against everybody, it could be next for him. There's a bunch of, now he's fighting at 160. Again, Peter, who we saw fight at 160 earlier tonight, could also be a name for him. He gets thrust back into, this is the biggest win of his career in the standpoint of notoriety and name, and people are going to say, hey, let me go fight him again. Let me go and take him out. Now he's the guy that I want to see on my resume because he got a brother who was already, though he was, again, very different fighter, in Errol Spence. He got him on his resume. Errol Spence, now the question falls on him. What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? Let me turn up the volume to hear the scorecards for this fight. It should be a unanimous decision. It should be a... Yep, that's right. Yep, unanimous decision. It was right. That's the right decision. It's Tim Tszyu. He earned that win. He earned that win and he deserved that win. Without question, he earned that win and he deserved that win. Without question, against Errol Spence Jr. Without a doubt. Let me see. Trey Bacon, how you doing? Good to see you. We thank you for tuning in on the show. This fight was sad. I can't say it was sad because we were seeing at one point in time Spence was up. So like he was actually doing stuff. It's just the long term, he fizzled out. In long term, he fizzled out. And so like at the end of it, yeah, he was sad. At the end of the fight, yeah, he was sad. But the fight itself, it wasn't a bad fight. Let me see. Earl problem is the same as it was when he fought Bud, just not listening to his corner. He was still overreaching. He was still overcommitting. He was still lunging. And now this fight, he didn't have the balance that he had in his younger days, so he kept spinning himself around. Almost got dropped because of that turnaround that he had against the likes of Tim Tszyu, like we saw Deontay Wilder. Thank gosh that didn't happen. Great day in the morning. What that would have been like if we had seen that. Oh, Lord. It would have been terrible. But, like I said, Tim Tszyu's next steps, he can fight against a multiplicity of people. I would imagine Charlo tries to get him. I would imagine Charlo tries to fight him now. It would make sense. It would make sense. And this doesn't mean that he's a championship level contender again. We're not talking about the top 10. We ain't doing that. But we are saying that he saves his he saves his time in the spotlight to move up and be a real viable option at this division. But let me see. What's he do next? Let me see what he says. Oh. Okay, so he wants to go after Arizona Lara. All right. Okay. He wants to fight Lara at 160. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. If he tries to fight Lara at 160, this performance against Tim Tszyu, he's not winning. He's not beating Lara. He's getting knocked out by Lara. Arizona Lara at 41 years old is knocking out Tim Tszyu if Tim Tszyu thinks he's going to get a shot at the title here, now. No. He is not beating him. But that's where he wants to go. That's where he wants to go, Bob. He better not fight Lara. He better not fight Lara, or else he's gonna get knocked out. I can promise you that. I can promise you that. But let me hear what Errol Spence has to say. Is this it? Is this it? Oh, he's done. Oh, that's it. See, I told you. Errol Spence is done. He's done. He just confirmed. He go back to his family. And I got my stuff intact. Yeah, for sure. This is my last fight. Yeah, he's done. Errol Spence officially announces his retirement in his fight with Tim Tszyu. In an insane situation. I'm telling you, it's shocking. It was shocking in the sense of it's a career that's been so great. But for those of you just tuning in, it is official now. Errol Spence Jr. is retired from boxing and is hanging up his gloves after his loss against Tim Tszyu, after a very illustrious career at welterweight and being able to be one of the most dominant fighters up here at this division without question. He has been a beacon of constant professionalism and all-time great status for his era in boxing when he was one of the 10 best fighters in the world and one of the two, and for a long time seen as the best fighter at 147, breaking bones and breaking faces. Hall of Fame fights with Sean Porter, breaking the face of Kell Brook, going through and decimating anybody that stepped to him in the ring. And now, after being a world champion, after being a unified champion, and getting nearly all the belts, with this loss with Tim Tszyu, Errol Spence Jr. is officially done with boxing and is retiring. And we give him all the respect in the world, without question, without a doubt. One of the greatest careers of this last generation officially comes to an end with all of his faculties intact. Money, respect, fame, accolades, all with him to be able to remember. And he's doing what we thought would happen. If he loses, he's done. And now he's done. And we appreciate him for it, but my gosh, it's insane to see. It's insane to see. Really, it is insane to see that this is it. Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford are now done in boxing. And Sean Porter, that whole big three name in the welterweight division that made that division one of the most exciting of the decade. All of them are gone. Every last one of them. And it's a legend of the game. It really, a bona fide Hall of Famer without question is Errol Spence Jr. Without a doubt, a bona fide Hall of Famer with nothing needed to be proven. And he showed heart until the end. He showed heart until the very last round. He went through and pushed as much as he could push, but his body just wasn't there. His body just wasn't enough. And this is what ring rust can do. This is what a lack of time in the ring can do. And just like with Keith Thurman, Errol Spence was not the same guy as what he was when he came back. Like when Keith Thurman wasn't the same guy when he came back after a 3-year hiatus. But now, he can walk away into the sunset. And we are all so grateful for the career that he gave and for what he sacrificed in the ring for our entertainment. and has indeed etched himself into the hearts and minds of men and women all across the globe as one of the most defined warriors that we have in boxing for this generation. Absolutely, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Without a question. There is nobody like Errol Spence. And we can't wait to see his name in the Hall of Fame. We can't wait to see it. But it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. But, man, good gosh, man, I really do wish he won. I really do wish he won. But I'm glad he's able to walk off with everything that he wanted. Let me see. Errol had size. Errol had size to overpower most of his opponents at 154. Doesn't have that size advantage. Yeah, that is true. That is true, and that was apparent in this fight. I can't blame him. He gave this sport everything. His heart's not in it anymore. It's not. He was talking about retirement before this fight. He was talking about retirement during this fight. And he was saying if he loses, this might be it. While the press was going for this fight. So you better believe this isn't a surprise. We wish it was different, but we get it. We wish it wasn't the case, but we understand. This is where we are. And this is what's going to take place. He's done. And we're happy he's done. And he went out on a good fight. It wasn't a bad fight that we saw. It wasn't a bad, he made it a war. No matter how degraded he was as a fighter, he did the best he could. Coming up short is no disrespect. And he tried to fight at an even bigger weight class. But it is what it is. Let me see. Tim is a class act for trying to hurt Errol. Tim is a class act. Tim is a class act for not trying to hurt Errol. To not take out a legend when you know you're about to win. Now, again, that fight, depending on how you were watching it, in live time, we were saying it might be 5-6, and it could be closer on other judges' scorecards, depending on how they judge the first 5 to 6 rounds of the fight. But to not try to go and take him out and just rip his head off, hey, class act there. At the same breath, if he did try to put him down because of, again, the need to win, I don't think it would have been disrespectful because this was a do or die situation for Tim Tszyu. And I guarantee you, before round 12, he was trying to knock him out. He really was. But he took his foot off the gas and simply just went and outboxed Errol Spence for that last round and got it done. No harm, no foul. So I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. After 6, it became one-sided. Yeah, it did. Without a doubt, it did. It did. It became Errol Spence didn't have any other thing to go to once Tim Tszyu fully warmed up his engine. Like I said, Tim Tszyu was a slow starter. He's always been a slow starter. After round 5, Tim Tszyu now can go into his second gear. Not 6th gear, but second gear. Now I'm warmed up, and I can really start operating like I want to operate. I'm comfortable now. And once that started, Errol Spence didn't really have an answer to push back against the pressure and the physical size and more than anything, the speed that Tim Tszyu brought to the table. Errol Spence didn't have an answer for that. Errol Spence did not have any way to combat that level of speed when Tim Tszyu started throwing shots, especially in combination. And Tim Tszyu doesn't throw combinations a lot. But when he saw that Errol Spence just could not react to the stuff quick enough, now I can really start throwing and really start going. But that speed differential was one of the biggest aspects of this fight as to why it went the way that it went after round 6. Even though Errol Spence landed copious amounts of body shots, it just wasn't slowing Tszyu down. It wasn't mitigating that speed disadvantage that we were seeing Errol Spence have. To be able to say, okay, now I can start working in my rate, keep my rate high, but you start slowing down, which is what we've seen with Errol Spence in other occasions. But now, it is what it is. He tried. And this callbacks to Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao went. He tried against Ugas. He threw 800 punches, but he just was not the same fighter. And we saw, even with a valiant effort, he just couldn't get it done. He just couldn't get it finished. He just could not get that push because of where he was in his body in that fight versus Ugas in that fight. It wasn't the same. And Tim Tszyu, which is better. It's like Ugas, which is better at that point in time. And the writing was on the wall. We just believed it could be different. But now we know it ain't. Now we know it ain't. And now we know this is the end of the road. It's the end of the road. Let me see. Remember what I said? He got to be able to catch, shoot, parry, turn. Remember what I said? Salsa dancer footwork. Errol never had footing. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't. Every time Errol threw a punch early, he was very much trying to get his bearings of balance. When he got them, about round 4, we were able to see him throw some better punches. But like I said all night long, and again, echoing your sentiments, he could not keep his balance. No matter what he did. He couldn't keep his balance. Because he couldn't keep his balance, he couldn't throw like he wanted to throw. You saw the difference when Spence was really able to grip the floor on his shots. The differential in violence that was coming out of him versus the rest of the fight when he was just, it looked more like arm punches and punching through molasses, punching through mud, punching through nothing but fog and mist because there's just a tether that was holding your hands back and really being able to cut loose like you wanted to. And I just saw it on Spence. We all did. And he just couldn't get around it. There were spurts, but it was no consistency. Tim Tszyu, once he got his engine going, he had the consistency needed. He did. He had the consistency. And once he got the consistency, well, I can do whatever I need to do. And that's why we saw what we saw. But either way, it was a phenomenal time. It was a phenomenal night. And again, this is the end of the road. And Errol Spence has retired from the sport of boxing with a valiant career in the rearview mirror and his family and the life that he's earned now to be able to be enjoyed for the rest of his days and going into a Hall of Fame is a outright guarantee. And we appreciate his contributions and what he gave to the sport without question, without a doubt. And Tim Tszyu, with all the chips needed to be cashed, he cashed them. And he lives to have another big fight on the ropes in his career. And he talk about going to 160, wanting to fight Arizona Lara. I'm telling you right now, that's still a huge mistake. But if he chooses to go that route, okay, so be it. Just know it's going to be bad. It can get very bad if you fight Arizona Lara. We're more likely to see him fight, if he doesn't get that championship fight, still at 154. Look out for Charlo. We can see that fight coming next if we see Charlo call him out. Especially since Charlo just had a whole training camp but couldn't actually fight. He may feel well and good, more inclined and say, hey, I'm more than ready. I'm more than back. And I can beat that Tim Tszyu. Let me get that fight going in America. And I'll be more than happy to go and take his momentum and add it to me. But we'll see what happens. But this has been a phenomenal stream. It's been a phenomenal show. We appreciate you on our live stream. Charlo versus Boots is better. It's a better name. It's not a better fight. It's a better name. It ain't a better fight. Charlo dies if he fights against Boots. He dies. If Canelo did what he did to him, and that was him not even trying, Charlo's going to get eaten alive if he fight against. Charlo's career will end if he fights against Boots Ennis. I'll say that right now. Charlo will get busted up and his career, whatever's left of it, will get shortened if he fights against Boots Ennis. That is a fact. I can guarantee. The name is huge. Charlo versus Boots would be a big time name versus name fight. Charlo hasn't earned a championship opportunity, but it still would be a big time event with Boots bringing his championships. But I can mark my words. If we saw that fight, Charlo's career would be shortened immensely because he would get destroyed fighting against Boots Ennis. Boots would do him 100 times worse than what we saw with Canelo. If you thought that he was backing up against Canelo, good gosh, he faced off against Boots Ennis, but he's going to be jumping out the ring. There's no chance he beats him. There's no chance he even gets a chance in the ring at looking good against Boots. None. Not at all. Boots is way more active, way more versatile, in his prime, physically incredibly gifted, more gifted than Canelo, and boxer to boxer, Boots is a better boxer. There's no upside except for you get a bag because Boots is right now the most lucrative name in the division at 154. But Charlo, he gets destroyed. If he was a cub that died against Canelo Alvarez, he is going to be a lamb that is slaughtered against Boots Ennis. Put that brother on the grill in Philadelphia to celebrate LeBron coming to the Sixers, because that's what you're going to need to go and feed the people, because Charlo's going to get cooked if he fights against Boots. Cooked if he fights against him. I can promise you he gets cooked if he fights against Boots Ennis. He gets cooked. Oh gosh, it wouldn't be funny. It wouldn't be funny. Charlo isn't a better boxer than Xander. I don't know what type of boxer Charlo is right now, because Charlo hasn't fought. I can't say nothing about it. I thought that, just like I said, we hadn't seen Spence fight in 3 years. We don't know what he may look like. I can think he will look good, and I thought to believe in him. But guess what? I was wrong. I would want to believe in Charlo, but guess what? Last time we saw him fight was against who? Canelo Alvarez. How long? 3 years ago. Same situation. Oh, he's younger than Errol Spence. Sure. I'm not making that mistake again against a better opponent than a 3-year fighter out the ring. Charlo specifically is going to be able to do a better job than Xander Zayas, beating the best 154-pounder right now in Boots Ennis, who is currently talked about as pound-for-pound top 10. And Charlo is not even remotely around that vicinity. There's no chance I'm picking Charlo to win that fight. If I watch that fight, I'm bringing friends and family over to show them, look at how good Boots is, and watch what he does to this guy. Because it's going to be a show. It ain't going to be competitive. That fight will not be competitive. Charlo only talks about that fight just like he only talked about the Canelo fight, because it's a bag. He doesn't even believe he can win. He doesn't even believe he can win that fight. Because when matched up with the same overbearing sentiments, we saw what happened when he actually stepped in the ring. You feel the power, you feel the pressure, and now you're scared to throw. Do I think that's going to happen any differently? Absolutely not. Against a better fighter that's better at tracking you down? Absolutely not. This brother will turn to Devin Haney 2.0. The second he gets countered off a jab, that brother will not throw for the rest of the fight, and he will get dog walked and beaten into submission. I can promise you on everything, that brother will get cooked. Cooked like a brisket. Put that man in the chopped cheese. He's going to be made to order if he fights against Boots Ennis. Do not make that fight happen. If you're Charlo, you better fight Tim Tszyu. You better call Tim Tszyu out to even remotely show us what you can do. You fight Charlo versus Boots, brother, you have no... I'll laugh at that. I don't know what's coming. I will know exactly what's coming, which is a shortened career. Because I'll tell you what right now, I don't trust Charlo. Nobody should trust Charlo right now. I don't care how valiant he was as a former undisputed champion. None of that matters to me. You know what? Because what he showed when he needed to put up or shut up, he showed nothing. Charlo showed nothing when he needed to put up or shut up in the biggest fight of his life. and has been doing nothing since then. I am not going to sit here and put my trust in a man against a better opponent, a fighter, when he's shown nothing to give me any credit in the first place. For a big time event, you will step to the plate. Charlo lost the opportunity to earn the benefit of the doubt from me because of what he did against Canelo. He lost the respect of the benefit of the doubt because of what he did to Canelo Alvarez. The only good fight for him is to fight Tim Tszyu right now or Keith Thurman right now. You want to bump it up? Maybe Boachuk. Maybe. But that's it. No championship level fighter because he's not a championship tier fighter. He's not built like that no more until he shows us otherwise. Just like with Errol Spence. And he can talk all he wants. He has no faith for me because his mouth cast a check that he willingly let bounce with what he did to Canelo Alvarez. There is not a world where you will ever hear me say that I believe in Jermell Charlo at 154. Jamal, I've seen him come back. I've seen him fight. I've seen him push the envelope. But if we're talking about Jermell, different story. And even Jamal at 168, I still don't trust. Because at 168, this buddy, yeah, he fought. He was going to fight Caleb Plant. But then what happened? Another long hiatus. Situations may be different. Little bit different sentiment in my perception of him, but still don't have as much trust. But at least I got something to hang my hat on. But Jermell? Oh no. Jermell Charlo lost that right for me to have my respect in the vein of believing in him to win against an elite caliber fighter. Boots, Fundora, Ortiz, or otherwise. Shoot, anybody in the top 6 at 154. No, sir. No, sir. The day he gets a fight and actually shows me what I got is the day I can give him some better props to see what he can do. But until then, you ain't gonna hear it. You ain't never gonna hear me say that Jermell Charlo can beat Boots or anybody that's elite at 154. Not a day. The day you hear me say that without proof of something in the ring is the day you can unsubscribe from this channel. Because that's the day I've lost my mind. That's the day I've lost my mind. If I ever say something like that, that's the day you can say I have lost my credibility. You can disagree with a lot of things, absolutely. But if I ever say that about Jermell Charlo, I think he'll beat Boots. Or I think he'll be competitive against Boots. Yeah, you better believe. You better. Something's gone wrong in the Welch household. I'm going through a midlife crisis, and I ain't even 30. I'm having myself a day in the life of the worst day ever. I'm schizophrenic. As in the words of Michael's in the words of Michael Irvin, my CTE acted up. If I ever say that, Lord knows I would. No, buddy. I can't believe in that because I can't believe in Charlo. And the day I believe in Charlo is the day he gives me proof. But if there's no proof, there will be no trust. No, sir. Not for Jermell Charlo. Jamal, a little bit more forgiving, but still, I don't trust him. But I trust him more than Jermell right now. But Jermell lost that right for me. He did. He lost that right to give him the benefit of the doubt. Until he proves otherwise, don't put him in any of those caliber. Because he will get cooked if he ever fights any of them. I'm telling you. Put that man on a spigot. Put him on a spigot. Roast him over a fire because he'll be done. He will be done. But we got to go and get out of here so I can go and rest my voice and be ready for Tuesday afternoon and get some rest on my own. So we appreciate you all tuning in on the live stream. We thank you for showing up and showing out, but we got to wrap this show up, send it home, and get on out of here. So with all of that being said, we are going to go out of here. We thank you for tuning in and listening to the Watch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing out. Thank you for tuning in. And we appreciate all the support that you've given to this show. If you would be so kind, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Come on and join the empire. Be a part of the hottest show in all of the globe. We thank you to everybody who tuned in and chatted and responded and helped make this live stream so spectacular for Errol Spence versus Tim Tszyu. Be sure to hit the notification bells so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube, and you never miss a moment of what we got going on right here on this show. Leave a like on the video. One like makes a world of difference to help us get pushed to the algorithms all across the globe. And also hit the hype button on this live stream if you'll be so kind. Helps us to also further push the algorithm to go and meet the masses all across the lands on your mobile devices. But please, if you'll be so kind, if you can support the channel, we got Cash App, PayPal, links down below in the description, Super Chat, Super Gift stickers, and the like, all for your viewing and the listening pleasure. We would want to edify this show and invest into this show to make it bigger and better for you all to witness and enjoy. Helps us to pay the bills and helps us make this show even more special and even more production refined for your entertainment. And please, if you will be so kind, please be sure to share the show with everybody that you know so we can keep on building up this empire together and growing as a community. But I've been Jean-Luc Welch. You all have been absolutely wonderful. We're going to be back next week on Tuesday to cover the world of boxing and beyond in all facets of the sports landscape of boxing and beyond, or boxing and the wider sports arena. So be here for that. Have a great night. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy, hopefully, getting ready for work if y'all got work. But please, be safe, be blessed, peace and love. And we are out of here. Yes, sir. Salute to you. We're going to see you all later. Have a wonderful afternoon, or have a wonderful night and or morning. Enjoy your Sunday. Get ready for work. Have your break as much as you can. And we'll be back on Tuesday. And we love you. We appreciate you. And we are out of here.